So, has anyone heard from Councillor Ackley?
I've got an apology just for a short departure for about 20 minutes at about 11:45.
Very good. Rightio. Let us resume. We'll resume from yesterday, and just before we get underway, we'll just have to wait till we're all ready. Councillor Gary would like to make a few comments prior to the meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, for the opportunity to speak. I want to start by acknowledging those who are likely to be watching, including Dr Mai Tamami, her daughter Renard, and Dr Rula Safi Talama, who are all as a deputation, part of a deputation to Wellington this morning. I want to acknowledge Professor Alison Phipps, who you recall spoke at Public Forum, is likely to be watching from Glasgow, and academic friends and colleagues of hers in Gaza are likely to be watching this morning. You will all have seen the media over the past year and a bit. You know the suffering and the dire situation in Gaza. And in July, this council and 14 of you supported a resolution that expressed the deep concern of our Dunedin Palestinian community and urged the government to grant a humanitarian visa, as they have for Ukrainian whānau, for Afghanistan whānau. And I've never been prouder of this council and this city, and of course we know this is a resettlement city for former refugees, established by the late Dave Cull when he was the mayor. The response to that resolution, as I circulated to you on learning that one of Professor Phipps's colleagues in Gaza said this: reading the humanitarian request in the motion with tears and pride and optimism that humanity and morality will prevail. And so we should never think that we are spitting in the wind. We should never think that our efforts are of no use, because how can we influence things across the other side of the world? We have been told that it matters and it brings hope. So today a deputation is at Parliament. They've just landed in Wellington, and in her personal capacity, Dr Mai Tamami and Dr Rula Renard Tamami will be part of a much larger deputation to Parliament, where they will present a wider petition on Palestinian issues to Parliament, and they will highlight the request for a humanitarian visa. And I want to acknowledge the Honourable Phil Twyford, MP Ricardo Menendez-March, local MPs Ingrid Leary and Scott Willis, who have all helped consistently for over a long period of time in this regard. To date, the government has been tone deaf, and it is incredibly disappointing.
Point of order.
Yes, your point of order, Councillor.
25.2, disrespect and misinformation, for that matter.
Yeah, look, you're accusing, I presume you're referring to calling the government tone deaf. That's right. And so, you know, we did get a reply from the Minister, so I think that is, I'll uphold the point of order, just please be respectful. Yeah, we wrote to the government and we got a reply back, so that's not, I don't consider that tone deaf. They're not agreeing with your position, but that doesn't make it tone deaf.
It's my opinion, Mr Mayor, but I withdraw and say that we have not had any response from them to affect the situation, and they have not agreed to meet with any of the Palestinian community. They have not heard the reality on the ground, and that's what I would describe as tone deaf, but that's fine if others have difficulty with that. So to date, we have not secured a humanitarian visa for whānau of New Zealand Palestinians, and so in the spirit of the resolution from this council, we continue to urge the government to grant the visa and have some humanity. I wanted to wish Dr Mai Tamami, Dr Rula Safi Talama and Renard Tamami as members of our Palestinian community in Ōtepoti, who are in Wellington today, a safe and productive day. They go with our warmest wishes. They're there in their personal capacity, but I know we wish them well. I know they're watching this, and we wish them well for today, which is a very big day for them and the Palestinian community. And we hope that they have success. Thank you.
All right, so we'll now proceed with the meeting. Councillor.
Is it possible to say a few words in response?
Look,
It would be normal practice.
I don't know about that. I mean, there's not an item on the agenda or debate. I think I was quite happy that Councillor Gary made a few opening comments. I don't want to go around and around and around. We can spend the day doing that. And, you know,
Mr Mayor, the one thing I overlooked was to mention the International Human Rights Day yesterday, and I think Councillor Walker wanted to acknowledge our Syrian community and what has happened there. It's a time of great joy and great uncertainty for the Syrian community, and we have many of them living in our city.
Thank you. Now, we're on to item 11 in the agenda, which we couldn't do yesterday because Mr West was not here, but I'm pleased to say that he has arrived, so we can now have a look at levels of service, which are quite important for heading into the 9-year plan. Do you have some prefacing comments, Mr West?
Yes, I probably do. I'm looking forward to a healthy debate this morning on levels of service. I was saying to one of the councillors, the journey of learning about levels of service in the last 18 months has been fascinating. If you ask 10 people what a level of service is, you will get 10 different answers. And when you look at some of the Auditor General feedback around councils and how they monitor performance, there's a lot of disparity in it, and that probably comes from all those different various understandings of what performance measures are and what good performance measures are. So I look forward to an interesting debate this morning. What you have in front of you, it does say that in the report, but I will just re-emphasise it. You may recall last year, earlier this year, as we were heading towards a 10-year plan, these drafts were due to come to Council on the 20th of February, and then we changed. The Council resolved to go to an annual plan instead of a 10-year plan. So in preparation for the 10-year plan, these were draft levels of service that were developed by a group of staff represented across all of the service grouping areas, and including 3 councillors, Councillor Houlihan, Councillor Walker and Councillor Ackland were involved in that process, which was took several months over 2023, the last half of 2023. Staff developed these, and I think the other interesting point is that Council haven't really reviewed its levels of service since before 2015. It was evident that Council had built them up over a period of time without actually doing a wholesale review of them. So this was the first attempt in many years to try and do that, and it encouraged lots of debates, and it's a piece of work that looks simple but isn't. and so it's worthy of a good debate today, I think, to really nut it out what a good levels of service will be. And I would urge Council, as we go 2 years hence into its next 10-year plan, that it's a debate that Council keeps needing to have to refine them, because I don't think it's going to be something that's just done. It's a work in progress, and if we see it as a work in progress, I think that's a useful way to think how we get to a better place. The only other thing I'd say, and it isn't probably for today's discussion, but it is front of mind for me and the next stage, whichever council, whatever levels of service Council resolve on today, hopefully. And it comes through in various audit reports, and it isn't just specific to this council. is the way in which we report and the reporting frameworks back to council and back to our community on how we're doing against them is something that I've asked my team to really consider and think about how we get better at regular reporting, either through activity reports to council or back through to community, because some councils have really good online published regular reporting back to their community on their levels of service and performance measures, and I think that's something we need to learn from. So that's something the team are already just starting to think about, how we might get better at that. So I think that is useful context as well. I will do my best to try and answer detailed questions about 127 performance measures, but I have a team of experts here to help me, and we'll do our best if they're very specific, and some will be more generic and some will be specific. So I'll be quiet now and let you ask me some questions.
Okay. First question is from Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the work on this. Excellent. I just really have one question related to, it's on page 143, around the cycleways and the cycle counters, and just related to the debate we've had recently around the reliability of the cycle counters. Can I assume that the Eco-Visio cycle counters are the ones that are working efficiently? I don't know who wants to grab that one.
Thanks, Council. I'll look into that for you. I can't answer it right now. Yep.
Sorry, just on that note, you picked a green leaf one, so I did mean to say two other things in my opening comments. One, apologies, I did send out last Thursday a correction to page 134, which is the draft 3 waters one, so hopefully you've all got that. And that was an updated Department of Internal Affairs mandatory reporting requirements for 3 waters, so that was amended after the report was completed. Apologies for that. And the other one was just to say something about those green leaves. We were asked by New Zealand Audit fairly recently how we were going to track our carbon zero levels of service and performance, and it is again a theme that is coming through some of the Auditor General reports in recent years. So we've agreed to carry on using that green leaf as a way of being able to pull that subset out. So sorry, I meant to add that in.
All right. So, next question. Have any questions? Councillor Barker. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to ask some questions about the residents' opinion survey, and I sent an email back in November asking about that, and I note that there's 39 of the residents' opinion survey measures out and 1 back in, and I know that because of the rain event or the flood event in October that we weren't able to have the workshop to discuss the levels of service, and I was quite strong about those. Would it be possible to consider adding the ROS measures back in to these levels of service?
Anything's possible if council decide it and want it to be so. So the answer would be yes, even though we've got a very, very tight time frame now, as these need to come back to council in late January with the targets attached to them. ROS is an interesting one. We've already started a discussion about that, councillor, and we've had previous conversations amongst people about, and this is where we get the 10 views on 10 different ways of whether ROS is a good measure or a good performance measure, and the Auditor General is mixed in that in many ways. Some of it supports good use of resident opinion surveys. But then quite often the Auditor General will make comments about over-reliance on resident opinion surveys as a way of measuring levels of service. I guess one of the things I've been pondering on, and probably some advice from staff if there was any, was that I think resident opinion, what our community thinks of our services, the quality, the satisfaction with the survey. I do wonder whether there are some in here that I think go directly to the users. For example, the community housing one, where we actually ask the people that live in the houses, whereas I think the resident opinion survey, we tend to get a very small response, and I'm not sure that it's targeted to the services we're asking questions about. And again, for me, I'm thinking in the future about if we want to get satisfaction surveys done, we might be better at looking at either rethinking how the resident opinion survey works so we get a wider group of people responding, or whether we do more specific surveys. I'm just thinking the pool is a great example. A lot of children use the pool, but none of the children that use the pool ever get a resident opinion survey because they're not adults and they don't own a house. So I just think if we're going to use community satisfaction, we should think in the longer term about how we get that feedback. Sorry, that was a very long answer.
So the residents' opinion survey has, I think is it about between 1,000 and 1,300 responses, and it also has the people who actually use the services in there. And I guess it's about cost of that. But I also note that one was taken out that I thought was important about the eyesight. I'm just trying the measure of frequency of eyesight feedback rather than the actual satisfaction of people using the eyesight. So that was changed. I mean, I admit that I had 60 feedback items in my email, and I was just wondering if I can put those ROS measures back in, because that is the best of what we've got, if that's helpful to addressing some of my feedback.
So the answer is yes. If council resolved to put ROS back in, it can do that. That's what you can do.
Next. Yes. Very good. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. And in some ways, following up on that, if you're talking about community satisfaction, and I wonder why we have nothing, no measures to do with attendance. So if we look at swimming pools or art gallery, Toitu, is that if the attendance numbers are going down, I would think that that was a signal of community dissatisfaction, as well as if numbers are going up, that's a measure of community satisfaction. So I'm just wondering why we only have number of days open, and I understand that's a service level, but we're not measuring if we're wanting to pick up community satisfaction, which are your words, why we don't have any attendance measures in for anything, even, number of visitor education programs, or very fine running the program, but if nobody comes, we're not meeting the needs of our communities. And I'm just wondering whether we can put in some...
It's a fair point, but again, it goes back to how do you define a level of service, and when I'll look at Carolyn, who usually has the pleasure of meeting with the auditors first, being able to convince them and prove to them that a number of attendance is directly correlated to a level of service can be a little tricky, because it's actually the attendance. Now, you might argue that the price might be a factor, or the state of the asset, for example. So these were the kind of debates that the staff and councillors had last year at length to determine whether we include or exclude things like resident opinion surveys or the numbers of attendance. And again, you read all of the Auditor General's information, and it's not that straightforward. So it's not easy to determine. All I would say, Councillor, is again the number of attendances for our services we collect anyway, and we can report on them. And going back to my point about how we get better at reporting, the way that we triangulate and link separate bits of data together, I think is going to be important for us to be able to use the data wisely to make decisions.
I don't disagree with what you've said. I guess my issue is if I'm reading the annual report and I read that all of our swimming pools have been open 360 days of the year, really what does that tell me? And then if there's only, I'd want to know, there was more than 360 people who had gone in the year, If we're trying to measure our not only our level of service, I just think the two go hand in hand.
Yeah, I think it's complicated, but I would argue that, having a pool open 365 days a year, or 364, I'm not sure what it is in a year, is an indicator that council have committed funding to provide safe staffing 365 days a year around the clock to allow that facility to be safely open. So, yeah. But, sorry, I would just add, if council want to put attendance numbers back into the levels of service, that's entirely up to council to do so.
So if you are looking to put attendance back into the levels of service, you'd be looking to, that would mean that your expectation is that council facilities will be able to achieve that level of service as a matter of course, and hopefully exceed that or something. Is that what you're saying? As opposed to, I think I've been listening to the difference here between, ideas of level of service, or reportage of outcomes, or reportage of a community response to the provision of a facility. So, for instance, if we look at the pool, and we have the number of days open to the public. So that is the level of service, the service that council is providing to the community. And the response to that service would be the attendees per day and a graph. Say, that shows, these days, whether it was a promotion or whether it was a holiday or something like that, we can see where the spikes in attendance are. And I'm sure that's used for deciding how many staff to have on a particular day and that kind of thing, and which pools to have open or not, or other sorts of factors. So my question is, where would that reportage of the results of the service provided fit in? So not necessarily into the level of service, but into some annual or weekly or quarterly report, committee report, whatever. Where would that fit the the results of the provision of the level of that service?
It would fit in a better reporting framework for council, which in my view would cover levels of service, attendance numbers, opinion surveys, and any other important data that we wanted to include, and that can come through, and some of it does already, through the committee structure activity reports, through to the annual report. But I would suggest that we over-rely on it sitting in the annual report and under-rely on sharing that information to our community on a regular basis. So I think it would be important in the future for us to consider how we get better at sharing that information on a regular basis.
Yeah, exactly. And so, because point 3 of our executive summary says levels of service are just one aspect of DCC's performance monitoring, measuring and reporting framework. So whilst we're putting out a level of service, say number of days the pool is open, I think it'd be really helpful and insightful and useful, going for the pool management as well as for the councillors and community to know what's happening. For instance, at Moana Pool, which days are the most popular, how many people do actually turn up there, what is, some facts and stats about those numbers. But as you say, that's not the level of service. The level of service is the days it's open. So where can we have, which committee should those numbers be reported to so that we do get that information?
I think that we go to the relevant committee, but I would take a step back on the statement that it is staff's view and advice that maybe attendance numbers isn't a levels of service, but it's not that clear cut. So if council felt that it was, then that is council's decision.
Right. Just, Mr. McLean, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll dive into this one because I battled with this one for a number of years. So I'll just speak for aquatics, but it may be the same for other facilities. Having attendance as a level of service, and then whether attendance drops, so that may or may not be related to satisfaction. You talk to the practitioners, the managers of the facilities, and they are ultimately held to account for their level of service. And the go-to, and I agree with them, is attendance is in large driven by marketing. So give us a decent marketing budget, an increased marketing budget, and we'll hammer it and get more people through the door. And it's like, well, no, because that's just another cost. And the problem as a practitioner with a level of service of dissatisfaction is we don't know why they were dissatisfied. And it might be, conversely, that every time I go to the pool, it's far too busy, which from a level of service of attendance is we're nailing it. We're annoying people because we have got too many people coming through the door. So it doesn't really drive your work program. Cemeteries is another one, and sorry, Jeanette, I'm just doing all parks. Level of satisfaction for cemeteries. If people were dissatisfied with cemetery, we know that our cemeteries are immaculate, and I hear that from councillors. We hear that from people that call in. But we don't know the people that get called for the residents' opinion survey. They never get asked, why were you dissatisfied? Was it too cold? Were there dogs there? Have you even been to a cemetery in the last 12 months? So and I'm just talking as a practitioner and someone to manage it, it's like, well, it's not a helpful response to drive an improved work program. So there's challenges with attendance numbers or satisfaction. It's important to know our residents' opinions, but whether it drives our work program can be a little bit hard to interpret.
I don't disagree, but then we need to be consistent, because then we've got number of public program attendees for the Art Gallery, Ulverston, Toitū Library, UNESCO City of Literature, Creative Partnership. So that was where I'm reading. We have, in some areas, we've got attendance, so we need to be consistent. And I hear what you're saying, absolutely. But also, and another thing, if I'll use the Botanic Garden as an example, it says the number of public programs they run. So if they ran 365 public programs and nobody came, what's the point? We're spending money on running a public program that nobody wants. So there has to be a balance somewhere.
Can I just add, I think that the trick is that we need measures that help us understand what the public want, but also help staff run the business efficiently and effectively. So I think that's where there's nuance, and that's what makes this really, really challenging. But it's so.
Yes, well, I think to me it's about creating that feedback loop that comes back to, yes, we set the level of service numbers of days open. What is the result of that? What is the performance? And that goes to the committee, and maybe some different level of service is derived from that. But setting a desire for result is not the level of service council is providing, except maybe in some exceptional cases. Having it open is what you're saying, and that is straightforward. But anyway, that's the purpose of this debate. We've got a few other questions. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, Josh, this is bringing back traumatic memories of being involved in this process. It is, I mean, and I feel for the staff here. Is it fair to say, sorry, Carmen, I could put your voice in my left ear. Is it fair to say as well that ROS is going nowhere, right? We're still, ROS is remaining?
Yeah, it says that in the report, and we're not, there's no, yes, ROS will continue to be reported. Yeah.
And is it fair to say that we could sit here probably for 2 days banging around and going around in circles deciding what's in and out, because some of it will be right actually, but this is not an exact science.
I would describe it as an art, not a science, until you get into some of the maybe Three Waters area, which is very scientific, data-driven, and there are some of the areas where it's really, really clear but when you get into some other areas, it's not as clear.
Is it also fair to say, in terms of the ROS, it is subjective because satisfaction in and of itself is subjective?
I couldn't answer that because I don't know how people respond to the ROS. You know, they'll have, yeah.
I was thinking more of the example you gave, actually, which is a clever example around community housing, I think you used. And you're basically, in terms of when you do the ROS with those people, isn't it fair to say that you're surveying somebody who is 100% using the service 100% of the time? Whereas if you're doing a ROS survey around parking, and there's lots of peer-reviewed data around responses to parking, you're not having that experiential response that would come from somebody who lives in a house 100% of the time.
I guess I would say what I've already said, which is I think as we move forward as a council, we should have a discussion about how we might get a little bit mature and targeted in the way that we seek feedback from our community on various services that we provide.
Great. Okay, Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, I think, are we looking at the levels of service provided is what is here. There is a mechanism to determine whether or not they have an effect, which will come in reports at another point in time. And so only thing we're debating today is what will the services be that we will provide. We're not debating how will we assess them, and you're saying that you would prefer that to be done under a different mechanism, and it would be better to be out of this because it's just the level, thus the services we provide at this level.
Yes, we have a statutory obligation, Councillor, as you're aware, to have levels of service groupings, statements and measures. Maybe I've led council a little astray in thinking about how we might get better at reporting our performance measures, whether they're levels of service or otherwise, in the future, so that we get better at giving feedback to council and our community. I don't know if that answers your question.
It's not sort of getting there. I guess what I'm getting at is, in terms of Councillor Barker and Councillor Lucas's statements about assessing whether your service is working or not, wouldn't that be the next activity we'd do after agreeing that these would be the services that the city is going to apply? This is what this is. This is saying we've got these services, we're going to apply them. There is a mechanism of internal data sets of determining whether or not we've supplied them, because in fact they would have to be internal. So we're going to be open so many days a year. The internal data is how many days a year were you open. We haven't gone on to the next step, and it wouldn't be in this activity. Was the facility being used well? Were the people happy with it? That's another set of data that is not part of today's debate.
That's exactly right, and I think that goes to the point, again, if you look at the audit by NZ Audit on this council in 2022, it talks a lot about that next step, which is how you then use the data to inform decision making for the future. And I think we have to do some work in that area.
And we're finished. So that is an activity which will come after this. Thank you.
Good. Councillor Ulan.
Thank you. I was just going to say, to have a livable city, we do need to offer services. So whether people are going or not sometimes could be that they might not be able to afford them, but it doesn't mean they don't need this, or want the service. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and it goes to the point that Councillor O'Malley's just made, which is actually the next step is why don't they come, and doing further investigation into that. So it gives you something to go and look at and go away and actually investigate further.
Good. Councillor Gilbert.
Councillor O'Malley pretty much covered it, so.
Councillor Barker.
I just want to go back to what the Auditor General report said in 2024, and it's got what to aim for and what to avoid. So I assume that you read the Auditor General's report because there's a quote from it in the report. Is that correct?
I've read a number of Auditor General reports from 2004 through to the present day, yes, and right. Yes, I've read a number of them.
And I'm just reading one of the statements here. It says service quality measures cover both the ratepayer customer perspective and more technical assessments, for example, compliance of drinking water supplies with standards. So when they're talking about both the ratepayer customer perspective, would that be the residents' opinion survey?
Well, the resident opinion survey is targeted at and goes out to ratepayers, yes.
And then the other comment was what to avoid is not focusing enough on the quality of service delivery. So is the measure of quality, I mean there's the mandatory measures like measuring water, so there's a measure of quality, and I know people wonder about the word opinion, but satisfaction is the other word, so that would be the ROS as well, is that correct?
Well, how you determine the quality of a service, I think, is multifactored. Satisfaction may be one of them. But if I point to the one around, maybe one that springs to mind is the Botanic Garden retaining its 6-star status. That is, to me, is a very good one of quality, but has it's not a resident opinion survey. So there's multiple ways in which you can ascertain quality of a service, whether it's asset condition through to achieving an accredited status, whether that's a safe swimming pool. That's all to do with quality of service as well.
So I'm just going back to the service quality measures cover both the ratepayer customer's perspective. So I just wonder how many of the measures in here, the new measures, cover the ratepayer customer perspective. That's hard because are there 126 or 127? Because on the
there are, you well spotted. It's 127. We recalculated them after the report went out. We were one out. Yeah, so well done for spotting that. Yes, I mean, it's clear in here, Councillor, that having gone from, in paragraph 42, 42% of our current levels of service are ROS, and then reading the Auditor General from 2005 with the overview where, in our view, there tended to be an over-reliance by some local authorities on user satisfaction or ratepayer service results. So, you know, it's the group that met for many months with 3 councillors, ended up with this list of draft levels of service. And we also worked on the basis that the levels of service results would still be reported through to council on a quarterly basis or a 6-monthly basis.
Okay, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Just looking on page 150 of our papers, when I look at just on that page, for example, how would Audit New Zealand factor our levels of service, you know, in that sense? And I look at the fact of the amount of energy generated or used from fossil fuels. How would Audit New Zealand rate us on those sort of measures?
Well, they've asked us specifically to consider how we're doing with some of our carbon zero and our energy usage measures. And if you're asking, Councillor, how would they measure us on it, I think that would be one of the easier ones, because we'd be able to provide very clear figures on it, and they'd be able to see whether we've made the target or not.
So that's great on that one measure, but if we fail to improve, would that affect our overall audit?
Well, that's where the trick comes, to set the targets and to have meaningful performance measures to drive quality improvement. And I think one of the issues we've got facing forward is, how do we use, it goes to Councillor O'Malley's point again, how do we use the data to inform conversations and discussions around this table and in the staff team as to how we improve and get better at those targets, both the accuracy of setting the targets, but also informed decision making to actually achieve the strategic goals of the council.
Okay, so if council elected over the 9-year plan to build a new public toilet once every second year rather than every year, then I would say that we would fail our level of service because it clearly says increase the number of public toilets.
So, so that if council made a decision to change a delivery, and that one's a good example of where council might resolve to change it, then what we would have to do, and under the 10-year plan reporting and through the auditing, and Carolyn can tell me if I'm wrong here, we do this from time to time, we would have to say council resolved on this date to change this target, and so therefore we're not making this level of service. And then you would have the opportunity, in this case, in 2 years' time, to change that. Okay, and finally, what I am hearing from you is that every triennium the level of services should be reviewed with the council. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Before you leave, there should be green leaves on those energy targets.
Yeah, and the level of service in Councillor Wiley's case, and the one we just talked about, the level of service would still be the same. It's just that it'll be aiming at a different target, one every 2 years rather than one every 1 year. Yes, and I say we would, where council change or resolve something that goes counter to one of these levels of service in the intermediate years, we would just have an explanation in the reporting for that until it changed. Right, thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Two questions. The first one is fairly obvious, I think, that levels of service, quality of service and levels of attendance are all different things and need to be reported differently. Isn't that the case?
Again, the Auditor General advice is a little unclear on that, and I think it's not that simple. And again, you ask 10 people, they'll give you 10 different versions of it. But what I would say is the Auditor General over a number of years has indicated that councils have found it difficult to split out and differentiate between some of these things. So we wouldn't be the only one by a long country mile that would struggle with differentiating between these three. And it doesn't mean to say you shouldn't include them necessarily. That's up for council's decision.
Leaving the reporting side aside, it seems clear to me, though, that from the examples we've had, levels of service and the quality of the service and however many people enjoy are all different things. Is that fair?
No, quality of water, for instance.
They could be, yes.
Is it not the case that, and I'm thinking of this building and its art collection, that at a recent activities committee meeting, I can't remember, probably community development, wherever those attendance figures are reported, there was speculation from the director about slight drop-off in attendance or a fluctuation in attendance that might or might not have been because Nova was closed. Is that not the case?
I have heard that. Yes.
The point I'm making is that attendance figures are already reported from our cultural institutions and other activities as part of the committee reports. Is that not the case?
That is the case.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I've got a specific question on page 138, and it might have to be, I'm not sure whether Mr. West might be able to answer this. So is the first measure for the pool meeting the poolside national standard of compliance, is that a minimum that we have to have, or is that aspirational, which is a bit like the 6-star for the Botanic Garden? Is that, I'm just wondering, is that just a, we have to have that, yes. It's a minimum we have to have anyway to operate.
Yes.
If I think of it in line with the Botanic Garden and the 6-star, is there more an aspirational one that we would want to meet? I mean, I'm just thinking if that's the BAU, I mean, we wouldn't open if we didn't have it. So we'll.
So,
So no, you go.
yes, always up for aspirational levels of service measures. And just pulling back to SMART has to be the M measurable as well. And quite often in the discussions we had last year, we had some lovely ideas and wonderful ideas, but the complexities around collecting and reporting on that data can be challenging. But yes, as I said right at the beginning, this is a work in progress, and we've just tried to make it better than it currently is.
Can I just add, speaking to SMART, and I know this isn't what A is, but affordable needs to be a thing as well. And so sometimes with something like the national standard, the pulse, it probably still comes at quite a cost if we were to be more aspirational. Yeah.
I guess that was what my question was. Was it the minimum or was it aspirational? And then that was where I was heading. But Mr. West, you had the great word aspirational. So if we move to page 140, you know where I'm heading with this. And the last performance measure about publishing agendas within statutory timeframes, I would love to have an aspirational measure in there that it could be ahead of statutory timeframes or something like that. I'm sorry.
That would be great, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
So we could just change that to number of days ahead of statutory timeframes, which might be 0, but it might be average 1, 2, 3, or it might vary from agenda to agenda.
Yes, it may. One of my aspirational ones, probably not a level of service, but I will share it with you, is to get the GSOs home on time on agenda day, and to reduce the number of photocopies, because it costs us a fortune, both in staff time and in paper. And I know that's quite controversial, but you know, there's all sorts of wonderful things we could record and measure on.
So here's a question: would it be by my perception, and I'm asking for your perception, would it be helpful to have that number of days and ahead of statutory timeframes recorded then? Because the earlier the agendas were out, the more chance that the GSOs wouldn't have to stay late on the night before the deadline.
You can put anything in you want, Mr. Mayor. As I've said, it's the council's decision if you want to change these and add or take out anything. But just mindful of everything you add in, potentially, in this case, it will be the GSOs that will be counting what days they go out. So it'll just be another little grain of sand on their workload.
If it's only counting the number of days about, that's relatively a lot. It'll take a lot less time than 3 hours to get out an agenda.
Hopefully.
Yes, but they're complementary objectives, I would have thought.
Well, and we are working to try and drag back that time, and we have been quietly getting it back, but not. But it is a process, because it means that the entire report writing process has to shift its time frame. So that's what we are working on. But the report writing, as you know from reading your agendas, falls to a core number of staff, and so it's just trying to find a balance for them as well. And
I'm totally aware of that, but also the more time that councillors have with the agenda, the better decision making that we have. So it's
So Mr. West's point, we have been working to get Lynn and the team out the door by 5 o'clock on an agenda night. So that has meant report writers being far more organised on that day. So that has happened for the last couple of agendas, give or take, you know. So that's tick 1. Once we've changed that date, then we can start moving the next one back and back and back. We will be aiming for your January papers to have we'll be aiming to have some of the January papers out in December, because there are some reports that may be in a position to go. But Carolyn's looking at me. But the non-budget ones, the budget ones will be on the night of the deadline, though, because everything flows through to that. So you'll get your papers in tranches for the January meeting.
Excellent. So I'd like to suggest that we change that to number of days ahead of statutory timeframes. And if we end up with a 0, then we know where it's at. But if we end up with a 2, we know that there's been a significant improvement. It doesn't matter that it's a 0, because it's 0 now. and it may not change over a period of years, but it could go to 5 or 7. Anyway, I'd like to suggest that. Anyway, our next question comes from Councillor Barker.
This is quite challenging, isn't it? The next step is to set the target. So I just wonder what the process is for that, because this process has been a bit challenging to set the levels of service. So how are we going to set the targets? Because what I think we might be doing is, when we're deciding on the budgets, is actually increasing or decreasing a level of service. So what would be the process around setting the targets, because that has to come back in January, does it? And I know it's tied up with the auditor, and then we have to negotiate, I guess, about whether we're actually going to be able to deliver those levels of service within budget. What's the process?
Well, what we would normally do is, once we've got the draft budgets pretty much shaped up, which need to be ready by the end of January, we would ask our staff, and some of them are really clear. You'll be, I'm telling you the obvious, particularly around some of those roading and footpath ones, that if you've got that many dollars, you can do that amount of work. Very easy to set a target for that. Others are less clear and less easy to determine whether funding levels will materially impact on some of that. So the answer would be that we would ask staff to put in a draft target to be considered by council at the end of January. And I know what you're going to say is, then how do you have input into that? And the only way around that is you would have to have a councillor workshop probably in January to thrash out the targets. Yeah.
And that would be very difficult with 127 targets, wouldn't it? I'm just trying to think about the process, because we have to weigh this stuff up.
Possibly. I mean, some of them would be easy, and there wouldn't be a debate about them. Well, there would be. There would be relatively easy, and there would be science as opposed to an art. So, most people would then agree. But it's the challenge of how do we get that agreed, and I guess some of it has to be around staff advice and whether council wish to take that advice on, or whether they want to have the opportunity to spend some time in a room together to try and nut that out and have that conversation.
So in some of the email that I sent back, I did look at what other councils did and their I guess benchmarks. So as part of that process, would it be possible to look at the benchmarking of what other councils deliver? I know there's budgetary reliance, but also look at that.
Yes, we could, and I would pick up on the point that, again, referring to the audit in general, and some of the recent comments by NZ on audit on Dunedin City Council, is that some staff and some people will be more attuned to working out what a realistic or a challenging aspirational target is, versus other people who will not really be able to easily work that through. And it's that balance between aspiration and just going to the opposite effect, which is you just put a target in that you're going to make really easily, which is not what this is about. These should be aspirational, reach for type of targets, and that's challenging in some ways to have that conversation.
I don't really want to get into whether we're using ROS or not, but I'm looking at the Parks and Rec section, and one example is percentage of users satisfied with DCC sports fields, and we use the ROS. And every time I looked at ROS number, I'm like, I use those sports fields, and that ROS number's wrong. Like, it's wrong. The users of this winter sports fields will be around about 95 to 98% satisfied with the quality of the fields, and the ROS comes in at like 60. And so I guess my question is, wouldn't you be asking the associated sports clubs, as opposed to the ROS, the users?
That's my point about the ROS, and I think we should think about better ways to seeking feedback rather than ROS, because ask a sports field user rather than hoping to get a few of them caught in that random sample. Yeah.
And it's the same for cemeteries. It says services met the needs of funeral directors and bereaved, and then we've gone to the ROS instead of the funeral directors.
Yeah.
Microphone, sorry.
Oh, sorry. The quality of or the satisfaction with our play spaces. We don't ask any children.
Or parents of children, you could. Anyway, Councillor Gilbert.
Mr. West, I love your optimism that we won't necessarily find ways of debating everything. I'm pretty sure we could debate whether it's blue, sapphire or azure, the sky. Anyway, I like your point about assessing every triennium, and I say this as a vocal, huge supporter of the ROS, but specifically because of the legacy of data, but also it is one of the key feedbacks from the public. But it seems to me that what we're talking about at the moment, and it kind of goes to what Councillor O'Malley was talking about, we're sort of skirting around three different topics. Level of service provided, which is the mostly or often self-determined targets, access of services provided, and the perceived quality of the service provided, some of which then ends up in a feedback loop because you provide the services, people have access to them, they just perceive the quality, you get the feedback on it, and then you start again in the next triennium and go, well, this is the feedback, so let's now set our targets. Is that oversimplifying it?
No, I mean, it's one way of describing it, yeah.
And I realise this is slightly skew-if, but Mr. McLean opened the door. So, hearing, I'm seeing the eyes over Councillor Ackland's shoulder, specifically around the level of dissatisfaction reported back on, and you don't know what for. In the bakery, for example, we've had a one-star review because we'd run out of almond croissant and they really wanted almond croissant, therefore the rest of the business, it must be awful. Is there an opportunity either in the ROS, to your knowledge, or any other mechanism to drill further down on the dissatisfaction as it is, or is that a complete rethink on how we do it? Because it seems to me that we're not going to get anywhere, really. We're just going to be guessing unless we actually find out the answers to that.
I don't know enough about the software and the way that it does, you know, how it's sent out, but so I don't know whether if you get, say, 10 people respond on the quality of the croissants, that they're not happy with it, whether you can, the software can...
The ROS doesn't ask the reasons why people make those decisions and and fill in the ROS in those ways. So there is no data about what sits behind their decision to say that about our service. It doesn't exist. We would have to redevelop the ROS, which I think there's been a paper previously about how much that would cost, and therefore wouldn't match the data that we've had previously. We're sort of stuck in a situation where we redevelop the ROS completely, make it worth our while, and therefore the legacy of data that we have doesn't match and is irrelevant, and we start again, which is one way to go. It would cost. Or we just keep going with what we've got, which is what we decided to do.
Thank you. And my last question, and it is not a flippant one, although it may sound like it, you were mentioning about the GSOs, for example, the grain of sand being added on and things, and some of the levels of service you would like to send but kind of got turned down. Forgive me if I've overlooked it, but is there anything in there about staff actually having weekends and ignoring phones and emails?
That's not a level of service.
Well, we do, Councillor. We have an annual wellbeing survey. We're just getting underway for our third year in succession, and we can pick up information around that that kind of thing. through that process. So we do have processes.
And we work really hard to encourage staff not to work during the weekends. So, and council have been great about, by and large, limiting contact over weekends as well.
Okay. Councillor Houlihan.
I'm just wondering if some of this discussion is actually operational. You know, that we're sort of stepping into areas that normally would be operational. Is that the situation or not?
No, I think levels of service is a discussion for council. So this is a good discussion to have with councillors. So at this level it's fine, I think. We just have to, when we set some of the targets, that gets potentially more operational, because so that'll be where the test is, I think.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
You talked about aspirational levels of service, and I just wonder if we look on page 142, the very top one, the DCC provides grants to the community to support wellbeing, and its percentage of committed contestable grant funding that is allocated, which is very similar to also this the level of service on the bottom of page 145, contestable events funding allocated. So the 2 years I've been on council, that's what we always do. We fund the whole lot. So I'm just wondering, in terms of aspirational, whether it should be something more like, I don't know, return on investment or something like that. I'm just wondering, that seems to me just, yeah, to come up with an appropriate performance measure that meets that is just, I just wondered.
So I wish you'd been in our group last year, Councillor, because they were the kind of conversations we had. And so if you're looking at return on investment, which is a really good point, I think, and one that we talked about long and hard, is how smart can we make that? How do we count it? How do we report it? What's the resources required to collect the data? So all of those conversations had. So, but I agree, some of them are, as I say, a work in progress, and by having conversations, hopefully we refine these over a period of time.
And I just wonder that, you know, in the grants application, for example, it might be, whatever the thing is, the applicant is, they always say, you know, their project's, you know, $54,000 and we give $3,000, whatever, whether we do it as a percentage of, you know, the total project amount. I don't know. I just think it would be great to have something that would be aspirational instead of just that. But and my other question is on page 142, the one in the middle, the performance measure, the status of the FDS, and I just wonder about the word of the status, whether that's
noted that this morning. We've lost the asterisk underneath it that explains it, and I don't know what it means. So I don't know what it means. Anna Johnson will have been involved in that conversation. I don't know if David will have any recollection of it. But we had a long conversation about whether something around the FDS should go in and what it would be. And then just to spike our guns today, we lost the asterisk, so I'll need to go and find out it. Yeah.
I don't think the FDS is the only tool either. I was surprised to see it there, to be honest. Yep.
Okay. Question, Councillor Barker.
Just going back to the funding one, I just noticed that in my feedback, and unfortunately I've got ... So Christchurch had 100% of funding applications, and I'm afraid that I missed the rest of that, and I'm assuming RSS or relevant or something like that. So I know that this is too difficult a forum to change a lot of that stuff, but I support, I guess, the measure as in, have we given out all the money? And sometimes it's not a great measure, because I know from the grant subcommittee that we've actually not allocated funding because we would say the funding application wasn't acceptable at the time. So I just wonder what the forum was to explore. And I just guess, so going back to the meetings with councillors, how were the councillors selected? Did we make a resolution, or did we have a paper that came to us to select the councillors to go on the panel? I just can't recall.
There was a paper to council.
sorry, I will pick up on the comment about that particular measure, and I'm just recalling, I'm trying to recall the conversation, and I think it was to do with the fact that there had been concerns raised by the community that people didn't know how to apply for funds or weren't aware of how to apply for it. So I think this one was an attempt to try and reflect whether the community were aware that they could apply and how they could apply. So that would be some of the thinking from memory around that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Being aspirational on page 160, a creative city with a rich and diverse arts and culture scene. So I sort of went through the document and I looked at where we are supporting arts and culture. So that's obviously events and grants, and then on page 139, which is our GLAMs, but I got a little bit stuck on page 145 around retaining talent, and the lens I'm having here is our musicians and arts practitioners, so more individuals than community organisations. What is it that we do? And I don't see it captured here. We've got the number of film permits that we issue, but you know, we have a lot of talented individuals in the city that they don't stay here. If they're a musician, they go off to another country. If they're a professional arts practitioner, they work out of the Court Theatre in Christchurch or something like that. I don't see in here, apart from the GLAM, there's nothing unless I flesh out the money that we're giving out in the grants to a performance event or something like that. There's nothing in here, to me, aspirationally, that speaks to the arts scene. There's nothing about music venues, there's nothing about theatre venues, although we capture museums and galleries and libraries. I just wonder, you know, where is the creative, the creatives of the city reflected in this levels of service?
So perhaps I'll ask a question back. What would be the measure, the level of service measure that would do that?
I wonder if it's something we capture from the grants funding to say that we've supported a number of, you know, theatre or music events. We've got events in general, but they seem to be focused on economy or tourism, like larger things, but nothing for individuals.
I can't comment on the services that are provided by council.
There's a lot of events
that
we support.
So this, I guess, speaks to part of what Rob has been talking about. There are some things that are integrated into the way that we do things that are hard then to pull out and measure in ways that fit with the levels of service. It could be that as part of the live music action plan, that at some stage, once that piece of work kind of moves on, that there could be a level of service that's based around that program of work. But until we have that program of work working, we can't measure it. So in time, that is a piece of work that could actually start to input into the levels of service, you know, in ways that you're talking about. I guess, you know, comparing the way that we're doing measuring laws or kind of framing laws for the arts and the way that it's framed maybe for, I think you mentioned the vibrant economy, it just sort of speaks to the way the City Council frames up and measures the arts differently to the way that it's framing up and measuring vibrant economy. Yeah.
I wondered if creative partnerships captures some of that. That would cover the Music Action Plan group.
So previously, Creative Partnerships hasn't had a levels of service, and now it does. And so that is part of us bringing that piece of work into a level of service arrangement, so that we can highlight the work that they do and start to think about that in terms of service delivery as well. It's been a piece of work that's never had its own levels of service, and the same with the UNESCO City of Literature. It's never been part of the levels of service. So the way that we've rethought the creative and cultural vibrancy is to bring some of those work programs into the levels of service, so that we can start to, highlight them, because they do incredible work. We've just never had a level of service that's for them.
So then my next question is, can we squeeze a line in there somewhere around, around the creative partnerships, around how we're supporting practitioners of the arts?
So currently we have a number of programs that the creative partnerships deliver. So we've sort of, that's to try and be consistent with all the other ways that the arts kind of deliver things in for the DCC. That's how we've included both creative partnerships and City of Literature. It's how they're working with the community, how the kinds of programs that they deliver, workshops, little events, all the different things that those two areas of the business deliver for the community. That's how we've included them in the current levels of service. But I don't know, it's really up to Rob. I don't know how much more tinkering is going to happen.
If we want to add any and make any amendments, that's up to council. You can make that decision as you resolve it today, or whatever your decision is.
Under vibrant economy, it says we're looking at attracting and retaining talent, but it seems to be very focused on start-up Dunedin and graduates and internships and things, but it doesn't capture or foster the incredible creative talents that we have, practitioners, musicians, artists. And one more thing, I looked at the word accessible throughout this document, and it seems to be very focused on information to tourists, not an accessible city for people with disabilities. And I wondered where the people without a voice, the disabled community fits into this document. Do we have a lens that says, in our levels of service, we will make our walking tracks in our parks and reserves more accessible? I think so.
I think that's an interesting point around the accessibility lens, and I know other councillors have raised it, and I think that's a great example as we carry on with this conversation into the future, how we might think about that and put specifics in there, or try to link them in a way that we're trying to link the carbon zero. I think that there's an opportunity there.
Thank you, because I'd like to see that we're improving the city all the time for the people that live here, not making it attractive to tourists or worrying about the economy, but wanting people to stay here in Dunedin and love it because it's providing something for them.
I'll just pick up on that one, and I'll just find it. It's not obvious in there, but you'll be aware, councillor, as I think the councillor that sits on DIAG, the conversation that was recently had around the accessibility of our website, for example. I think the comms team came to talk about how we will utilise different software so that we make our website more accessible. And I think somewhere in here, I can't find it, I will find it, here we go. It's on page 140, and it's the DCC website receives an 80% or higher score in the annual web audit. Well, when that audit is done, it will consider things like accessibility. So they are interwoven in there, but they're not obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things that does make a city more vibrant and make people want to stay here is being able to get better jobs here than elsewhere and have a good, vibrant economy. So it's a key factor in why people stay. It's also a key factor in why people leave. And so having a measure of our vibrant economy on page 145, so, you know, business event vids supported, we have a number of those. I think they're, you know, vitally important to the well-being of the city as well. So I don't know if there needs to be, if there could be some additional measures there, but the number of new startups incubated through Startup Dunedin, for instance, and there's a measure that you've got, those measures that you've got there, I see as being, you know, very beneficial to the vibrancy and resilience of the economy. But similarly, we don't have the measure of the arts, but we do foster quite a number of arts events, such as Fringe and Readers and Writers Week and Arts Festival and DSO and a whole bunch of things, and provide a whole lot of venues, but we're always trying to keep them in balance. So I don't know if we've got a clear pathway as to what's the extra level of service that we can put in there to achieve a result. Anyway, I think it's good and a good discussion. Is there anyone else with a question? We appear to have exhausted questions. All right. Well, Mr. West, thank you. That was a good, good solid hour and a bit of questions answered. Very good. Right, so we have a motion which is there on the wall, but which is varies ever so slightly from the one on your agendas. Within brackets, the addition of ROS results.
Should it be measures rather than results?
An addition of the ROS measures, yes, sorry, my bad.
I looked at it too.
Because there's a bunch of measures, ROS measures in the current.
Yeah, so and you should spell residents opinion survey in full. That was my shorthand.
Yes. So that's good. Is everyone happy with the look of that? Any other alterations they want to go there? Okay, so I'm happy to move that. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Gilbert?
Oh, no. And sorry, one thing, we just need to be clear, it's the current ones. So I'm not going to tweak the resolution, but we're clear that this is just the ones that we currently use, not every single one of them, the ROS measures. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay.
Yeah.
So can we just add in with the addition of the current resident opinion survey measures, just for clarity, should all of us, you know, not be here one day. And,
that's right, what we're talking about.
And you'll fix just the formatting there, Lynn, so that it's all on the same line.
All right. So, we're all set. We're happy with that. Good. So, in speaking to this, I think it's been a very worthwhile discussion to clear up details and nuances in the measures and get everyone's head aligned as to what we're actually measuring here. And you know, it's an hour, just over an hour of discussion of questions, which is quite a lot of questions. And so, thankfully, we had Mr. West here, and it was certainly worth waiting for his expert overview on the situation. And you know, we've ended up, well, with going with everything as proposed, plus the addition of the currently measured ROS data. So I think that'll make for an improved and fulsome level of service for us to work with, and I'm interested to hear what other comments councillors might have to make. Councillor Barker.
This is really important, and I'm really passionate about levels of service, I guess, because it is about, from the residents' point of view, what we get for what we pay for and how happy they are. So this is all about, I guess, promise and delivery, because when we come to thinking about our budgets, we're going to be thinking about those levels of service and what we can afford to provide for our residents and whether they'll be happy with it. What I am disappointed about is that we were supposed to have a workshop in October about the levels of service and discuss them then. So I think this is why this has been a bit of a painful process, and I did send an email with about 60 things in it. Once I'd counted comments and things, I had looked at the Auditor General's report from 2024. I'd certainly paid attention to the fact that he said not focusing enough on the quality of service delivery, so I was disappointed to see the 39 residents' opinion survey measures removed, because I think that the satisfaction is really important. Otherwise, there's no satisfaction measures in there. I know that we had a flood event in October. I had COVID, I had an accident. It sounds like the dog ate my homework, but this has been unfortunate that we have ended up in this very formal situation trying to wrangle some levels of service. So we've got 127 in total, including 62 new and 77 that were removed. And I would have wished that we'd had the chance to actually go through those ourselves. And I know that 3 councillors had some meetings last year, but it would have been great for us to actually have the ability to talk about that now. I did talk to the CEO and Mr. West about the quickest way to get my feedback back in, and they said that putting the addition of the current residents' opinion survey was the easiest way to find a way forward with all my questions and feedback, so that we could actually get something to this meeting where we need to approve them, and then go to the January meeting where I did ask about how we're going to set the targets and about that process, and then we had to meet the auditor's thing at the end of January. So this process unfortunately has ended up being quite squished and quite difficult for something that I am quite passionate about, and I guess it's good that I'm passionate about the levels of service that we're providing to our community, because this is about what we invest and what our ratepayers get in return.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I will say is that being sitting on that committee, and the process was that it was voted by council and we were divvied up into different groups. All councillors had certain groups that they went to, and I was given levels of service, as were Councillor Walker and Councillor Ackland. What I will say about that committee is that until you actually sit and look at it, they are extremely difficult to decipher what levels to do, and it was a challenging committee for all of us. Well, I can't talk for the others, but I thought it was challenging because every single item we had to look at, we had them all divvied up, and we had descriptions of what we aimed, but as everybody said, you need to be aspirational. But all I'm saying is there's an awful lot of work goes into, for example, this paper, to get all this information here for us to look at. I can tell you now, I can assure you I'm sure Rob West will confirm this, was a huge amount of work. And so behind the scenes, staff do a lot of work. I mean, we've had some input on it, and I think perhaps this process has meant that councillors have had a bit more input into these things than normal. But one thing I will say is, some years I have found it quite frustrating, like others, around the ROS, not because when we get the report, it would be really good. I've always asked the question, oh, why is that? Why are they, it seems like an obvious step that is not there for that answer. I mean, it seems to me it's a no-brainer. If someone's not satisfied with something, why? The next question in the survey should be why. So we get some sort of indication of what they're dissatisfied about and why, what their reasoning is. I think that would make that survey very, very valuable, and why it hasn't got it in it is beyond me. But yeah, so I think if that maybe gets improved at some point would be really useful. So that's what I would say on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. And I think the fact that it has taken a long time for us to review these levels of service shows how challenging they are. And I remember a very long time ago when I worked at council being involved in the original levels of service, and some of those are still there today. So I mean, they're not necessarily why they're the greatest, because they've been there a very long time, and it is challenging. And I like Councillor Barker have thought very hard and had a number of questions over these. And I guess I look at it from the ratepayer view, reading their annual report and thinking in terms of the level of service and our performance on that. And I would love them to be more aspirational, and I think that's probably where my disappointment is, that some of them are just so pedestrian. The number of days of facilities that are open, it just seems to me is, yes, we're providing that service, but what does that mean? And I absolutely agree with what staff said, is all of the nuances about why people attend or don't attend. But I just think I think our other reporting to council to make sure that we get all of the numbers so that we can make our decisions going forward about where the best spend of our money is, comes down to our levels of service and our performance. And I'm just not sure yet whether we've got it right. And I think when the actual measures come in January, we may realise that maybe we haven't got some of them quite right, that actually it's too hard, or we could do it better. And I think it's a key that every trainee, as we've heard, needs absolutely to review these levels of service. And I think once, after a year of these, once we've had audit through them and the staff have tried to measure them, I think will be a key whether actually we have got the best ones and whether they are actually smart. And I think it's definitely a work in progress, and I appreciate the huge effort that has gone into getting them to this stage. And I would like just to thank all those involved, because it is a massive amount of work from every department right through. I do understand how much work it's taken to get to this, so thank you for that.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm quite happy with where, and I'm actually relatively happy with the way that this has been generated, and it's great to have the opportunity to talk the residents' opinion survey without the survey in front of us, because what I want to say about it would normally be in front of bad numbers and that it would look like a defence. I find the ROS hopelessly inaccurate. It is very inaccurate, and therefore if we're using an inaccurate measurement to try to determine outcomes, then we're in not a very good place. So the levels of service said, we will provide this service. That's a standalone document of this is what we will provide. Then the assessment of is it effective and is it making as the community satisfied with it is another set of parameters to use. If we rely solely on the ROS, we will always get what I would say incomplete data, and I'll give the sports fields example as my best story. It is uninformed people's ask their opinion is what the residents' opinion survey is. It's a random selection. You'll have knowledge of some aspects of the city, but you'll have no knowledge of large aspects of what's in that survey, and then you're asked to give an opinion. Now that is not a method for assessing actual output, and that's why I have always been like, well, the ROS is the ROS, and it will give you some crude measurements of what people generally think, but it won't necessarily give you very accurate data on whether or not that service is actually working or not, unless you go to the people who are specifically using that service. So I think we'll need to go down that list of measurements and also check whether or not it would be just the ROS or whether it would be something else if it's a satisfaction survey.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
I entirely agree with what Councillor O'Malley has just said about the ROS surveys. In my view, or in my experience actually, there's only certain people that respond to surveys anyway. So just the fact that you're putting something in front of people and challenging them to fill out a whole lot of stuff, there are a whole lot of people that just will never go there. And then those that do go there, with the best will in the world, they will give essentially theoretical responses to questions, and as Councillor O'Malley has pointed out, quite often they'll have no idea about specific sports requirements, is a great example. So again, you're going to end up with data, but that data is has already failed at the gate of there's only certain people going to respond. It fails again at these certain people are going to be asked things that they really don't have any clear idea about. And then there's also the other issue where people, when filling out a survey, will put down what they think they should be putting down. It's kind of theoretical. And then what they actually do, like they may think that they should go swimming twice a week, but actually what they do is they go once a month, and probably not even that. So the survey again will have this kind of bias, which brings me to Councillor Lucas's point about attendance numbers. To me, we need to be looking at the ROS survey in association with attendance numbers as well, because attendance numbers actually give you the number of time people did go to the Moana pool, as opposed to how often they really thought they should or would like to be seen to be going to Moana pool. So in terms of us getting real feedback, I agree that the ROS is kind of necessary, and we need to do it, but recognise that it's a very, very blunt instrument. Attendance numbers to me are much more interesting. The idea that you can influence attendance numbers with marketing has been suggested by staff. This is true to a small extent, but it comes back to this idea that it's the packaging that sells the product. I don't think that's the case by and large. I think if we've got a really nice pool and people want to go swimming, then they'll go swimming, and you might be able to influence a wee bit with marketing, but not significantly. So very keen to see attendance numbers. The other issue that I'd like to point out is that under background on page 128 under 10, the mandatory level of service performance measures set by the Department of Internal Affairs, this is going back to 2013, they relate basically to 3 waters and to the provision of roads and footpaths. And the fact that it's these things that are mandatory, I think is really important, because these things, in my view, are the fundamental basics. When people talk about getting back to basics, this is what they're talking about, in my experience. We need to get 3 waters levels of service well maintained and well documented, and a provision of roads and footpaths similarly. All other levels of service, to me, should be regularly up for discussion, and the assumption that we've always got to maintain all other levels of service or improve them is, I believe, unaffordable. We can continue to maintain levels of service in other areas that aren't 3 waters and roads and footpaths. We can do that only, it seems, if we raise debt considerably and raise rates unaffordably for people on fixed incomes. I don't think that's what we should be doing. I think we should be looking at levels of service with a view not to just maintaining or increasing them. I think that apart from the mandatory measures from the DIA, that is to say, apart from 3 waters and roads and footpaths, we should be looking at all other levels of service with a view to reducing some of them in order to make rates and debt affordable. the reduction of levels of service is not something which staff will be readily wanting to contemplate, and I can understand why. But the drivers that keep pushing up our costs and our debt, I think, have to be restrained. So, yeah, I really can't vote for a levels of service plan which essentially is looking at maintaining or pushing all of the levels of service that we have. I think we need a real hard discussion about reducing some levels of service.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. First off, I'm happy we're taking this approach with this motion, so I'm fully in to support it. I guess the key is, yes, there is important measures or key measures that we have to mandatory report on, and I think that's vital. But I am also conscious of how Audit New Zealand would interpret a lot of our other levels of service. And I think that's something that we have basically looked at on that basis. I think the key that I see over and over again is we have to show the community how we are doing. It's about actually being responsive and actually showing them why and what we are doing on that basis. So when we have a level of service around public toilets, then we have to clearly articulate what we're doing around that level of service. Are we fulfilling it or aren't we, and why not? And I think this is a process to go through. I think the key part being is that it is going to be a measure that we have to update and go through and assess. And I look at, for example, the residents of Mosgiel would have a lot higher level of service based on having a new swimming pool and their recreational facilities. Yet that took millions of dollars. Our level of service around economic development would be dramatically different if we had a hospital being built and 600 to 800 workers running across it. And the residents' opinion survey would be totally different on that basis too. So there are a lot of different metrics that we look at, but all in all, they should give us a total or a good picture of what the city is looking like. And we should see the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats as such, how we actually move forward. I think all in all, the key piece that I got out of the questions today, and thank you, Mr. West, for answering so many of them, was actually this has to be done every triennium. Because, to be honest, I struggled to recall when it was last done. And hearing that was pre-2015, I would definitely agree with that, and even earlier than that. So I appreciate all the effort the staff and the three councillors who had previously been part of the process had put into it. It is a step forward. I don't think it's quite right, but yeah, let's keep moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Wiley, for doing the one thing that we should all be doing, is thanking all Mr. West and all the staff and all the team that were involved in this. It was a lot of hard, bloody work, actually, and you could tell that work was fraught and painful. I mean, it was not easy. It demanded a lot of time and effort in what, and I'll go on to that, is a very inexact science. So let's not forget that an already under pressure staff had to put a lot of work into this. I'm not particularly happy with the bit in brackets up there, so I'll be struggling to support this. And when I saw this on the agenda, I literally thought we'd be here for weeks, and we could almost have a council meeting dedicated to this, and we'd spend weeks going round in circles, and we'll never stop debating what is a good laws. I mean, it's obviously dependent on your own reasoning and ideology, etc., and what it should be in, what should be out, and what is in and out will likely shift and morph over the years to come. And related to the discussion this morning, which was useful in parts, Mr. West was correct in stating complexities around data collection are challenging. I think we all agree with that. And Councillor David Benson-Pope is also, I think, correct in clearly stating that levels of service and quality of service are different things. A little bit of intersection, but I do believe they're different things. And the discussion around, nobody else has mentioned this, around how we use the data to inform decision making in the future. And I think that was Councillor O'Malley who brought that up. That's a really important point. That's really vital, because that will inform where we move to in the future. Extensive work, I mean, I was involved in this along with two other councillors, was put into developing these levels of service, and it covered staff from all departments, and as I said, that was not easy. And during that work it became, for me certainly, very evident that this work was really complex, really challenging for staff, let alone the three of us as councillors. And what for me was clear from the outset was, and I think again, I think Councillor van der Vos, you said that, mentioned this, that ROS is a really blunt tool. That became really evident for many, not all, but for many aspects around measuring performance measures. And I think Councillor Malley, you were correct in saying it's a hopelessly inaccurate tool, and I absolutely don't disagree. And the example Mr. West gave earlier, I think, was really useful, and around the housing, and I pointed that out again in questioning, because we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but we can throw a lot of the baby out. But the example of housing is good. When you're surveying people, if you want good results, you get people who have a tangible and real viscous connection to the thing you're surveying. It's obvious. So if you're surveying people in community housing, I think you're going to get a relatively good set of data coming back to you, because their experience, it's an experiential thing for them pretty much all the time in their life. But this, of course, however, has to be juxtaposed with the difficulty on the other side, and that's relying on subjective feedback that lies at the heart of the residents' opinion survey, whether we like it or not. And the residents' opinion survey is subjective for many things, because satisfaction is absolutely subjective. And again, I mentioned the peer-reviewed data around parking, and it's not just parking, there's other things, but parking is the one where there is good data. And studies have shown that if you survey any individual 100 times around parking, and if 99 times you got a park every time you wanted it and there wasn't an issue, your responses to parking satisfaction will be disproportionately influenced by the one time out of 100 you had a miserable time getting a park. And that data cannot be denied. And that's not just with parking, it's with other things. It can be applied to many aspects around satisfactions in terms of it getting skewed results. And again, Councillor O'Malley gave a good example, and that was one related to sports fields. I don't think he's lying. I think that's correct data. My time is out. I could go on, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
I'll be brief. I think pretty much the issues have been canvassed by previous speakers, but I want to reinforce my view that, and I think that is the staff view, that levels of service and the quality of the service and your performance on them are all different matters. And I think if people want that other information, that's fine, but it shouldn't be part of what we're doing here. So I can't support the use of ROS measures that are so compromised by the issues around that survey that have been traversed by several speakers already. Not just the subjectivity of the ROS, but also the fact that often the comments are made are woefully ill-informed. So to make any of those those observations part of our assessment of our level of service is entirely inappropriate, and I won't be supporting the motion that's on the screen.
Rightio. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to support Councillor Walker's acknowledgement of the staff and in particular Mr West. And also thinking about the ROS in itself, and I've said this before, but I'll just say another way of saying it is that many of us colleagues have spoken about how easy Dunedin is to live in. And I would say there are many Dunedins. And the inadequacies of the ROS and acknowledgements to the staff who have tried to find pathways to actually access the Māori electoral roll to be able to survey tangata whenua residents. And I guess it speaks to what Mr West said during question time in terms of really reaching residents in a full way. Because to me, bluntly, the ROS is really a first world tool addressing first world concerns and issues, and it just highlights for me awareness of people who are unhoused and have been for a long time, people who are very poor and have been for generations. So yeah, I can't support this motion as it reads either.
We have Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And being the third person who's now spoken that was part of that work stream group, I've got to say, out of all the different groups that I've been involved on in my tenure this time, but including last time that I was on council, this would be one of the most difficult ones to actually get your head around. And I really do admire the ability of the staff and the leadership that they showed throughout this whole process. And I think I don't know how you would do this with 15 people, 15 elected people. I mean, I've got absolutely no idea. And obviously, my apologies for lateness today that I missed the first part of the question time. But you know, to try and strip this back and start from scratch, just I don't know how you would do it. I really don't. And as per the discussion that has come along so far today, I don't support this with the addition of the current ROS survey measures being included either, because I think that it's taking things in the wrong direction when it comes to actually measuring levels of service. Thank you.
All right. So, there are no further speakers. Therefore, I'll just reply to that. I think it's quite we've basically got all the levels of service measures as decided by the committee intact, other than the addition of the resident opinion survey measures that we had prior. So there have been changes, but that's a significant inclusion to put back in there, and therein lies the nub of this debate, or this vote, which is an interesting one. And I think clearly there's a division of opinion about what whether people's satisfaction with the city and with council should be measured. So we'll see how that goes. We'll take this by division.
Councillor Acklin.
No.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
No.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Aye.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 9-6.
Thank you. And so I now move that we take a break for 10 minutes until 11 o'clock. Seconded Councillor Walker. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Yes, 24. I think if we can resume our seats, we'll be able to resume the meeting. I wonder if that yeah, just looking for the chief. Very good. So next item on the agenda is number 24, Amplify, a creative and cultural strategy for New Zealand for the next 6 years. And here we have Ms. Wakaira and Ms. Wiki Karairari, not Ms. Wesley Smith, no? Very good. So would you have any opening comments?
No, we don't. We're happy to take questions. Thank you.
Okay, straight to questions. Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Wikaira and Ms. Wilkie. I noted in the submission, as mentioned to you, Ms. Wilkie, that the comment on page, where is it now? Page 127 about taonga, tu'uru and koiwi, human remains, is not mentioned in our submission, but I know that is of real relevance, particularly with our Otago Museum, who, and I just wondered if it would be, we'd be able to include a comment about support of that.
We are happy to do that. I will check with the museum first that they aren't submitting for themselves.
They are, but given that we are involved by the levy that we pay and we have councillors appointed to the museum board, I think it would be relevant, but I will leave that in your capable hands. And the other question I had was, it's around again on page 127, around the skills, and it talks about a critical skill gap in the creative sector, and they talk about stonemasonry to support heritage protection. So this comes to the point about artisans and so forth. I was surprised to see that there, and I wonder how accurate that is. You may have a sense of this around the various artisans, because my take on it is that we don't recognise what we've already got. And you might have a better idea of that than I, and I wonder whether it would be worth our while making comment, because we do have amazing skills, artisan skills in this town.
Kia ora, thank you for that question. A lot of this, from this perspective, I've talked with our heritage advisors, and there are very specific skills such as stonemasonry that it is becoming increasingly difficult in a city like ours, where there are very specific and particular heritage requirements with regards to stonemasonry, and I think they certainly are looking internally and locally as much as they can, but they are seeing on the ground that there just isn't enough capacity there.
That's really helpful to hear. So then it moves to the point about immigration settings and visas and so forth, doesn't it? Because that's, yeah, great, excellent. I might have some more shortly, but thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I would just like to follow up on Councillor Gary's first point on page 127 in the repatriation, and I would like us to support the Otago Museum submission and reference it, because there is, and reference the fact that there is, we would like to see support for both institution and for the iwi or hapu, because there are costs involved on both sides, and I think it would be important if we could include some reference to that in our submission. And also along that line on there, page 136, where they talk about museums of items of national significance, and they only refer to Papa and National Library, and I would like us to reference, I mean, as Councillor Gary's point is that, you know, we're the main funder of Otago Museum, is that is not they're not the only holders of items of national significance, and just would like that to be identified. Thank you.
Okay.
Are
there any other questions? Councillor Gary.
Thank you for the submission. It was excellent, and I was pleased to see the comments around the concern around commodifying the arts. And I just wonder if you could unpack that a little bit and what the dangers are with that.
I think nobody denies that it is certainly important to have a thriving creative economy, but that is not the only strand that forms part of sort of our arts, cultural and creative ecosystem. One of the things that when I first read through the Amplify submission, and this is supported by the Ministry of Culture and Heritage's own research, is that there are values other than economic that accrue across communities that come from arts, culture and creative activities, whether you're participating or experiencing. In addition to this, there appeared to me to be a strand throughout the Amplify submission that art was being used to, I mean, the term for it is instrumentalising, so art was being used in the service of other things, and while art certainly can benefit mental health and well-being, and I don't quite know whether it would bring down youth offending by 15% as indicated in the document, but art has a value of actually existing in and of itself rather than just being there to serve other reasons.
Thank you. And can I just check with you? I'm sorry, I read this a few days ago and I've forgotten if this is in here, but the recent live performance, the research from Massey, which does give figures and addresses that issue of economic benefit. Have we referenced that at all in here?
No, I don't believe we have.
Might be worth our while doing so, because I think that's extreme for people who can only see it through the lens of economic benefit, even though that's not how I entirely look at it. I agree with you in terms of the other things that it offers. For those who do, I think it might be worth our while acknowledging that, because it's very compelling research.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you see, with the collaboration and the encouragement around collaboration, do you see that being, you know, an advantage to our arts sector, that could be, you know, what would be your feeling around that? I think that's quite positive what's stated there, and I just wondered if you think that could see more positive benefits for the creative sector.
I assume this is on, well, it's on my page 27 of the actual document. I'm not sure what it is in your agenda. Provide capability training for creative and cultural organisations, governance bodies.
I've got here, develop a research program to strengthen the evidence-based. Oh, sorry, yes, it's on page 126. Government will work training. Oh, I've got the page now.
Microphone. Sorry, Councillor, we can't hear. You just have to repeat that, please. Microphone.
Oh, there we go. Cultural. I think it's 125 actually. I was reading it before, but now my hand bumped off it, and I'm not. I've lost it there. Wait a minute. Where is it? That's 125, but there's something on 126. Creative. Oh, the collaboration, where is it? Anyway, I was reading about it. With the collaboration, is that maybe 126 or 125? Government will partner with sector representative bodies to provide opportunities for the creative and cultural sectors to feature. Oh, this is trade. Well, this is different again. This is good though. Trade missions to support creative business.
Councillor, do you have a question, or shall we just come back to this? You'll have time to formulate. So, Councillor, microphone and question.
My question is
to the microphone, please.
My microphone is on. My question is around collaboration and the benefits of that for theatre practitioners to be able to work together. It sounds like they're reading with this that there may be opportunities for funding opportunities if the projects are collaborative. The question is that the way you see that?
I don't think I can answer that duly. I mean, I would certainly say that any collaboration certainly strengthens work in the creative sector. Whether that changes any funding structures, I'm not sure.
Okay. Are there yes? Any other questions, Councillor Vincent?
Just a question in relation to the point that Councillor Gary raised earlier, and I've just scanned the actual submission, and there are plenty of hooks there that could be used as a intro to the funding issue for the Otago Museum. The motion will enable you to put appropriate comment in. Thank you.
Councillor Gary?
Happy to move.
Good on. Do we have a seconder for that? Seconder, Councillor Mayhem. Good, because we have no further questions that I can see. Just one.
It says under soft power from cultural services sources that we rank 30th. Is that good? And how do we measure soft power?
There is a definition in there, but I would say that in thinking through, in the cover report, there is a couple of comments around Lanyuan and the City of Literature, and thinking about, in particular, those two parts of the organisation that do provide, an opportunity to explore more broadly and globally our relationship with the rest of the world, and those are kind of examples of the way that we wield that kind of how they've defined soft power.
Just to supplement that, I will say that the Global Soft Power Index is something that is evaluated by a brand evaluation consultancy, Brand Finance, so it does have you could probably assume it has a certain lens applied over
it. Councillor Hurlan.
Thank you. Yes, sorry, it's page 128, but I was talking about incentivised collaboration and the building of capability to attract audiences to creative content. I see huge opportunities in that, and I know a lot of theatre practitioners already collaborate, but certainly I think the importance of collaboration here, it seems to be encouraged. And one of the things it talks about there is the sharing of marketing capacities and the audience. Is that something that we could do more in the city, is, for example, sharing some of those services? Because there's a lot of the smaller operators who don't have the funds or anything to, for marketing or for box office or all those different things. I wonder if there's something we could look at there with that around. That's the question, is there might already be something happening with that.
Yes, we do already. We certainly encourage organisations to collaborate on those sorts of things like marketing and promotion, ticket sales. With regards to incentivising collaboration and the building of capability to attract audiences, one thing I will say, the focus is very much on bringing the people in. There is not a lot of focus on what's been created.
Could I also ask, I think it was in the Dunedin Study documentary that was on the other night, they talked about the benefits of music for mental health, and the research, they said the research they've done showed it was like a medicine, that music, if people were, the well-being effect was so...
Point of order.
Is there a question?
Point of order. So we're not talking about that. We're talking about this particular submission. And you're brought in information that is not relevant to the topic that we're on.
Councillor Hurlan. Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Point of order. We're not talking about that. We're talking about this particular submission. And you're brought in information that is not relevant to the topic that we're on. 'Cause we're not talking about that. We're talking about this particular submission. Sorry, I was talking to you, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Look, I think we're in great danger of. Yeah. So, look, I'll uphold the submission. And we need to keep on track and on topic, and I'll uphold the point of order. So let's not be talking about all manner of extraneous things. There's nothing in our submission about Dunedin study, for instance. So we'll just keep to the point so that we can actually, get to an answer about whether we approve this submission or not, and ask any relevant questions of it. Do you have a further question, Councillor? Does anyone else have a question? I see none. Therefore, I'll ask Councillor Gary, who has moved the motion, to speak to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to begin by thanking the staff for putting this together. It raises a number of concerns, but I want to start by just acknowledging the importance of the arts to our city in so many ways, and it's clear it's wide-ranging, from code to film to city of literature, artisans, libraries, art and infrastructure, Lan Yuan, Ulverston, and individual artists, and I'm sure I've left some out in amongst there. I just remind colleagues that words matter, and I heard the way, with pain actually, the way that people described the concept artwork yesterday, which was created by an artist. And I didn't have a problem with people having a different point of view, but we need to be careful how we describe that, because we're dealing with people for whom this is their lives, and feedback and critique is fine, but we need to be aware of how we describe it. We have amazing artistic skills through live performance in so many different areas in this city. And I was at a Code end-of-year event on Friday where Professor Katarina Rostera talked about Code in relation to the creative industries and around the storytelling and the narrative, and how that goes across all of Code, and which was interesting. Yesterday in our debate around, or was it this morning? I've lost track. No, it was yesterday, around the theatre conversation. We talked about the Athenaeum and the proposal for a centre for writing with the UNESCO City of Literature. There are so many aspects to it in the city, and through the Massey research we've come to understand that there is a very clear economic benefit in terms of live performance. $1 invested, $3.20, and that's just for live performance. So if the only lens you can see this through is the strategy through is a economic lens, well, the research is there. And in fact, Councillor Houlihan is not wrong. Part of that Massey research talked about the impact on wellbeing, so that is actually very relevant. And I was pleased to see paragraph 9 in the submission, where the concern around commodification of the arts in terms of cultural tourism and exports is a concern, and it is a risk to the mana integrity of Aotearoa New Zealand's unique cultural identity. So that is a concern. I was pleased to hear others speak of the need to highlight the support required for repatriation, and certainly for the museum that is a present and current concern. And Councillor Lucas is right, it's a concern both for the institutions and for iwi, and so I was pleased to see that in the draft strategy. And I come to this in a lived experience, and I just want to mention this because it does give me a different perspective as the daughter of an artist, as the wife of an artisan, and the mother of an artist. And I'm not an artist at all, it jumped a generation with me, but this is a lived experience for me in terms of the art world, and so in terms of making a career out of it. So I was very glad to see the emphasis on career building, and I thank the staff for the way that was articulated in the submission. It had real meaning and it was very pragmatic. When it comes to, is there a hearing connected with this? I'm not sure, but if there is, the staff obviously have great expertise in this regard, and I want to acknowledge their expertise in this field. It's wide-ranging through our staff in so many different ways, from code to UNESCO City of Literature to our GLAM institutions to our Aratoi staff, and I commend them. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this strategy states its aim is to amplify our arts and culture to make New Zealand a global creative powerhouse. Well, this is fantastic because DCC is a provider, a funder, a partner and an advocate for the arts here. And as I mentioned earlier in our levels of service, I see art as a service for other things, as mentioned, well-being, mental health, and by merely existing, it uplifts our residents. This is a strategy for creatives, and it's great to see career building being in there for the arts sector, and it's wonderful to see the government acknowledge the role of creatives in culture. I'm pleased to see things around nurturing talent, creative education programs in schools, the establishment of regional centres for excellence, for growth that will incentivise collaboration and build capacity, attracting audiences to creative and cultural content. The focus is on opportunities to discuss our arts, culture, creativity, how it impacts the city and on a national level. I look forward to where this progresses, and consultation is now open from the 4th of November to the 15th of December for people to feed back on the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gary, do you need to reply to Councillor Mayhem? No.
Yes, I was very pleased to hear Councillor Mayhem talk about how the arts uplifts our community and the focus on career building and nurturing talent. I agree with her that this is a powerhouse of the arts, and it is one of our city's great strengths around the talents we have here and the ability in terms of the various niches in the arts world to retain our talent, develop our talent, and shout from the rooftops about our talent.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour of the motion, it's on the wall, it's in your papers and on the wall behind me. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Recorded, please.
Carried. Thank you. We now move to item 16. Item 16. Lawn bowling facilities, options and assessment, and Councillor Wiley has indicated a desire to move. Now, first, before that, we'll have some questions. Sorry? Look. Go on, Snaps. Where's mine? Right. Welcome, Ms. Rakaira, Mr. Heath, and not on my name. Somebody, Lynette. Who's the other gentleman down there? Mr. Ellis. No. Mr. Ellis, Mr. That's right. Mr. Graham. Thank you. No pain. Thank you. Who's going to preface this with some opening comments? Mr. Ellis, by the look of that finger poised on the button.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just happy to take questions.
All right. Are there any? Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I only have two, I think. On page 255, it says no debt funding is required for this option. So just to be clear, there is no funding requirement or cost that DCC are going to need to consider. This is solely around permission and lease.
Yes, this project is funded by the Bowls community. Yep.
And I realise this is commercially sensitive, so skirting cautiously 277, the annual rent, can we be assured that it is of proper commercial value, not peppercorn?
It won't be commercial value because this is a sporting lease, and so it will be the rent on the lease will be assessed using the recreation fees and charges formula that we use for other sports and recreation groups. But
oh, sorry, I've just cut you off. That it's kind of proper commercial use lease in this context. Don't forget to press your button again. Yes,
you're right. It will be in line with our usual practice.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Councillor Gilbert asked the question I was going to ask.
Great, Councillor Benson-Bowe.
Thank you. Thanks for the effort that's got this over the line. I appreciate, as one of the councillors that have been involved, as others around the table, know that it's not been without its challenges. Two questions. In response to the question that Councillor Gilbert asked, that I assume that the development is paying any legal costs associated with the council's agreements, or they're part of our normal budgets.
We have provision to charge our in-house legal services.
Second question relates to the croquet club and the benefit for them of no longer having to use a portaloo. That part of the agreement has settled down. There was some difficulty with the croquet club at one point.
Yes, the croquet and the lawn bowls have signed a memorandum of understanding, and both parties are happy with where they're at now.
That toilet will be available to the members of the croquet club.
That is our understanding, yes.
Very good question. Councillor Barker.
Just to guide my understanding about setting the lease cost, do we have a policy on that, or do we set it when we're setting our rates and fees?
The council uses a formula to set rates, set rent for community and sports groups that the Parks and Recreation Services do leases for. It's been in place for quite some time. The formula adjusts each year by a percentage change based on the general rate.
So I was reading that bit on page 336. So if our rates went up, as they did, 17.5%, does that mean that the rent on that property goes up 17.5%, does it?
We rely on a calculation provided by our finance team, which means it would be in that order, and that's applied also across all other sports clubs and community groups.
I'm curious that you said the policy has been around for quite a while. Does the policy come to us at council for review at any stage?
Yes, I would assume fees through the fees and charges, and also the revenue and financing policies that we touched on yesterday. Yes. If I could just pick up on the point about the rate increase, and so historically, even though rates went up 17.5%, so we don't increase these charges by that. It's only by the amount that the general and the community services rates increase by.
So just trying to understand the general and community rates. I know we split something out. Is it the one that we split out that's kind of $150-ish?
Yeah, so it basically it's all of our rates excluding curbside, water and drainage. Yeah.
Makes sense. Very good. Councillor Vandevers.
The water required, do they pay commercial rates for water in this locality?
This is going to be an artificial bowls green, so
won't require watering, if that's where your question is coming from.
I was just wondering whether they're operating on a commercial basis, really, and are charged appropriately in general.
Yes, the lease provides for water rates to be charged to them as part of the outgoings for their lease.
So that would just be on a normal commercial metered type situation, and for the other areas that they have as well? Are they all artificial? I'd assume that some of these were actually proper lawn.
No, the bowls groups have decided to do 1.5 artificial outdoor bowls lawns, and so to answer your question on the water, it is metered at the roadside, and they will be charged at the metering rate.
Very good. Okay, so Councillor Wiley, that's the end of questions. Sorry? Yeah, no, Councillor Gilbert has indicated a willingness to second, so. Councillor Wiley, would you like to speak to it, please?
Yes, thank you. As one of the councillors that have been sort of on the fringe of this for a period of time, along with Councillor Benson Pope and probably a couple others, it's great to finally see this paper in front of council today. I want to thank everyone at the Andersons Bay Bowling Club for working through the lengthy process they've had to go through. They've had to jump through a lot of hoops, and I also appreciate staff assistance along that way. Being quite familiar with that area, having been the golf pro right next door for a number of years, I can totally support the idea of going to an all-the-weather artificial turf complex of 1.5 greens. I always asked why they didn't actually go bigger, but they said actually that would easily cater for their numbers now and for potential growth. The vision that the Andersons Bay Bowling Club has is quite extensive. They can see growth in the game with having this complex, because in fact actually the days that they can't play outside, they can easily go and basically walk a few metres and they'll be inside and be able to continue their competition days. Again, they will see growth in it, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see 1 or 2 bowling clubs amalgamating with them and joining the complex. The other part I really liked was this is self-funding by the Andersons Bay Bowling Club by selling their current land site and moving across. I do think this is going to be very much a win-win-win situation all the way through. It's a win for the bowling club, it's a win for the bowls community, and I actually think it's a win for the wider community and how it all sort of comes together. So happy to leave it at that, and thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you to the mover and seconder, and just also as a councillor who's been on the periphery of this, I just want to add, just say well done to Councillor Wiley for the sentiments he's just expressed, and personally I just want to make sure we give thanks to all of our staff who I know worked so professionally and diligently to get this across the line, and as Councillor Wiley says, this is absolutely a good example of a win-win-win, and all power to the future of this setup for Dunedin Lawn Bowls Stadium Group.
Councillor Gary.
Just briefly, great to see this coming to fruition, but in case colleagues don't know, Lawn Bowls has a very long history in this city and at international level.
Right of reply, Councillor Wiley.
No, nothing to add.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 17. Gift of land at Portobello. We have Ms. Rakaira, Mr. Ellis and Mr. Graham. And I expect no prefacing comments, but undoubtedly ready to answer questions, unless Mr. Ellis got something to say. Yes.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So third time lucky with this one, hopefully. We have updated the report to reflect some of the questions we got last time. We've gone back to the society and amended the deed of gift to allay fears around us being unable to use it for camping for one-off events in the future, and they were happy to sign off on that, and that would use our discretion wisely. There was a question around the list of sites in the general policies document, and there was a bit of worry about conflict there. So that list of sites enables us to use our discretionary power under the bylaw to allow one-off camping events at those sites. So having Portobello listed in there enables us to use those powers. And there, that's all. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
Questions? We have Councillor Gary.
Happy to move.
Absolutely. Any other questions, Councillor? Any questions? We have no questions. I would like to speak to it, Councillor Gary.
Yes, just briefly. Thank you to the staff for doing that extra effort around the one-off events. It's very relevant to that piece of land, and I think it gives us flexibility going forward. It certainly was useful at the Rugby World Cup, so really appreciate it. I know it's taken a bit longer, but I think it's been worth it. And it's a very useful gift to add to our reserve. Thank you to all parties.
Right, we have no further speakers, therefore we'll put the motion. You've got it on the papers in front of you and the wall behind me. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 18. Unitary Authority. Ms Graham will speak to the report.
Sorry, I was busy doing something else. There's not much to add apart from what the report says. There are options that are presented for Council to consider if they wish to progress this matter further or not. I'm happy to answer any questions that I'm able to.
Yes, I'm concerned that this might be just a wee bit early for us, given that we have a lot of uncertainty about Three Waters and a lot of discussions throughout the region about people uniting, councils joining together and doing things with Three Waters, and that would certainly affect how we deal with the Three Waters. Do you have any comment on that, Ms Graham?
I think the report shows there is a reasonable amount of collaboration happening across the TAs, both in Otago and Southland and other areas. From a staff point of view, work on a unitary at this point would be complicated by what's happening in the water space. Not impossible, but it would be complicated.
Oh. It's okay. Questions? Councillor Gary?
Question for the Chief, paragraph 20. Just inquiring, additional resourcing will be likely required to take it further, progress it, as I understood it. Is that correct? That would be staff time and money?
Yeah, depending on which option Council was keen to explore, but we're not resourced for the level of work that would be required if Council wished to pursue one of the three unitary structures that are outlined in paragraph 18.
Questions? So I have a question, option 1. We haven't got a particular time frame for the return of a report for option 1. We haven't got a specified time frame. What are you thinking?
It would depend entirely on which of the options outlined in the report Council chose.
Right. Okay. That's right. Question? Yep.
I'd like to move option 2.
Yeah.
And I will then foreshadow that should that not go through, I'd be moving option 1.
Yeah.
Could I ask a question about that? Would I check? And when you say option 1, which of the options? Because option 1 suggests that Council identify a preferred forum.
By option 1, I mean the firstly. firstly, an initial meeting of elected members of the council in Otago. So should that fail, I'll be moving option one, or option one firstly, whichever logic makes sense.
Sorry, just being clear, which option? And so if I might answer the question that Councillor Gary raised, if what was suggested was an initial meeting of elected representatives from around the Motu, that wouldn't have a particular impost on budgets or staff time. So that wouldn't require additional resource.
So just to be clear, you're looking for option one, scenario one. Scenario one as in point 18.
No, 23.
Oh.
An initial meeting, I'll read it, an initial meeting of elected members of the councils in Otago, all their representatives.
Okay. So it's option one, variation 23. Yes. Well, given that it was a split motion in the first instance, it needs to be clear what the subsequent motion is, and then we need.
My motion, which is to not progress. It's option 2 on page 391, to not progress discussions about a possible unitary authority for Otago via one of the identified forums. It was seconded by Councillor Benson Pope.
Yes, but it's also helpful for everyone to have clarity about what the foreshadowed motion is as well, because they need to know.
Sure. Yep.
Anyway, there we go. So would you like to speak to your motion, Councillor?
I would. It's quite simple, really. We're in really uncertain times. As we know, we've got so many balls in the air, including Three Waters, where we are collaborating with our neighbours. And as the Chief has said, we are collaborating in many areas. And we speak often about the impact on staff of time. We speak often about the costs and resourcing, and yet when it comes to something like this, we're prepared to progress and talk about this and throw up in the air yet another ball that provides yet more uncertainty for our staff and our cities. So on that basis, this is not the time to be throwing another bomb into the mix, quite frankly, in my view. So while I'm sure the intentions of those who are interested in this are very well intentioned, it is not the time. It is not the time.
Okay. Who are my speakers? Councillor Vandervis, I've got, and then Councillor Houlihan.
I'm going to vote for option 2, but at the same time be completely rejecting of Councillor Gary's reason that it's not the time to throw another bomb into the mix. The reason that I don't think we should bother progressing this discussion, I anticipated when this motion was first put up, and that is that if you're going to put it out to all of Otago for a unitary authority, you're asking for turkeys to vote for Christmas and you're never going to get a result. And you're also being denied the important possibility of actually weighing the pros and cons of the Dunedin territorial area having a unitary authority. If we are to make any progress on unitary authority, we need to recognise that it's the Dunedin territorial area that needs to become a unitary authority, and that includes the port and all the leasehold land that's down the front of the harbour site. And until we get that, in my view, we are going to continue to fail to develop our harbour side. I think the only harbour side in the Western world that is virtually completely undeveloped. We're going to fail to have efficient local government by having two of them, often working at cross purposes when we barely need one. And we are, in this particular option 2, simply putting a full stop to a discussion about all of Otago, which is never going to go anywhere anyway. So this idea that it's not the time to throw another bomb into the mix was exactly the same argument that was proposed many years ago when this unitary authority idea was thrown up then. And it will be, you know, the same argument if it ever comes up again. Oh, we're doing so many things in collaboration and we can't throw a bomb into the mix and it's not the time. This not the time argument is one of the main reasons why we continue to maintain an unwieldy and unaffordable system of local government that prevents development, especially of our harbour side, but also of our transportation systems, a whole lot of other things. So, yeah, this motion was stillborn in my view. I'm quite happy to vote for option 2 because to do anything else is simply to waste time, since we aren't going to get to see the actual pros and cons of a unitary council for Dunedin under this motion.
Councillor Hulan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support this motion of Councillor Gary's on the screen. I don't support moving forward with this, and my reasons are that when this motion first came, I thought it was quite a surprise. It was just sort of seemed to, in my opinion, come out of nowhere, even though there has been the odd, you know, obviously Councillor Vandervis has talked about a unitary council for quite a while, but then this motion just sort of seemed to just pop up. I didn't feel that prior to this original motion that we'd had discussions with the other councils about it, and it felt like it was a surprise, and it was just like, oh, you know, thrown out at us, that it really felt to me quite jarring, and I didn't think personally that it would build good relationships with the other councils. I read Brian Cadogan's comments the other day in the paper about this, and I have to say I agreed with him, and I think we've got we're saying to them at the moment around Three Waters, look, probably our preference is looking like would probably prefer to be in-house. We haven't given any option yet, definitely, but we're certainly leaning that way. And then to come and say, oh, well, we'd like to look at a unitary council. We're not indicating in other areas that we're warming to work together with them. I think, you know, we need to look at ourselves first, quite frankly, and there's a hell of a lot of stuff being thrown onto local government at the moment. To put this in the mix is, I just think, far too much to look at. And there's, for example, Three Waters, if we're looking at moving in with all the other councils, merging everything together then, and we're seriously considering that option, then this would be an option we need to look at, but we're not. So, you know, to then turn around and say, well, we don't, you know, we're not that keen on looking at working with you for Three Waters, but hey, look, we want to, you know, move into the unitary council, is, in my opinion, quite frankly, very, doesn't seem to make any sense at all.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I often hear concerns or years, but I have never known a time of certainty. So, much like Councillor Vandervis, I don't understand that that commentary, because to wait for certainty to me seems to wait for the end of time. Prior to this motion, we haven't had discussions about it, as what the previous speaker has just said. Well, that is the entire point of the original motion, to have that discussion, a discussion that has been skirted around for years, including, may I add, a unanimous vote for a motion looking to investigate the option of a unitary council back in 2017. In the end, the intention behind the original motion was asking for a high-level report, identifying pathways to start a discussion about whether the governance system that we have in place is the best that we can hope for, which is what we received. So, thank you. It may be that that discussion concludes that the system we have is the best one, Job done, question answered, we can forget about it and move on. If we don't have this discussion, the topic will simply keep rearing its head until that discussion, genuine discussion and investigation is undertaken. It may be, however, that the discussion decides that there are potential benefits in a different structure worthy of future investigation, be that a unitary council or enhancing a cooperative model like is experienced by some councils around the country. I know that there are some who don't understand the intention or even the point of having a conversation. Perhaps they believe that this system is the best that can be achieved, or they are nervous about change, to which I would ask, what is the risk in a discussion? A conversation to investigate if we are providing the best for our residents of the city as well as our region. In the end, should the discussion and subsequent long journey result in a belief in some form of change, no matter how vociferously it may be supported, the final decision lies with the Local Government Commission. However, at least we will be able to say that we have sought the best for the residents of our city and our region. Before we drag legislation and the Commission into it, let's just have a chat. Cup of tea, have a chat. Any changes, no matter the scale of benefits, require deep consideration, hence the discussion. There's got to be an initial discussion, and this would be it. Where it goes from there, if anywhere, remains to be seen, but we have to start to know where we will finish.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Councillor Gilbert, for such a strong speech on the issue, because I totally agree with you. I will not be supporting this. I find it really frustrating when I hear this is not the right time. We shouldn't do this because there's other things happening. There's always other things happening. It's always not the right time. That's not an excuse to try and progress. And it's about progressing discussion, not making it happen. There's a lot of steps that got to take place. And I get so frustrated when people go, they may not totally support it, so they find every roadblock they can find to put in front of it. For Councillor Vandervis to basically not support a discussion around moving forward with a unitary council, I just find that incredible after all his rhetoric. But hey, that's life. That's what we have to debate. But the key issue being is we need to progress this for the betterment of the city. I'm sorry if other councillors can't see that as a positive. That's disappointing in my view. We need to progress this for our residents and for our city. Thank you.
Slabaka.
I won't be supporting option 2. I will support option 1. This has been dragging on for a very long time, and I know that Councillor O'Malley was very frustrated a long time ago when he was on council that the unitary council motion to discuss it was passed and the work didn't happen. So I note that we talked about, Councillor Vandervis talked about an unwieldy system of local government, and this is one of the ways to actually see about what we can do about it. I totally take on board the cup of tea and a chat, and if that's the best we can do, then at least it's a start. And I wonder if you're looking at Otago, then maybe we will come down to Dunedin. But it is something that needs to be discussed. And I think someone said turkeys voting for Christmas. It's very difficult for councillors, some degree of self-interest, perhaps rather than the interest of the whole community. It's quite difficult to have those conversations sometimes, and I think that this is not the right time. I know everyone's under pressure, but that's no reason to just kill the conversation. So I don't agree with that. I know that Southland are looking at the Unitary Council, and I absolutely agree we should have those discussions. And in the paper under 17, it talks about the matters to explore, which is examining those areas for collaboration and working together. The efficacy and purpose of Section 17A reviews involving mana whenua, identifying issues of mutual interest and potential collaboration, potential for combined or shared services, common systems and capabilities, joint operational efficiencies. And I know that staff are having those discussions, but I believe that elected members need to have those discussions as well. So I won't be supporting this, but I will support the other.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I've just reread the motion that's on the board, and I do support it because I'm not convinced that a unitary authority, possible or not, achievable or not, is in the best interest necessarily of the residents of our city. We've had some reasons articulated about other conflicts or lack of alignment with discussions about Three Waters and so on with other authorities. But it seems to me that if there were any vague opportunity of the development or introduction of a unitary authority for the whole of Otago, that would only ever happen by way of statutory change. I'm not sure there's much point in relitigating the failures of the 1989 reorganisation, in particular in relation to the assets of Port Otago, which were not appropriately distributed, in my view. That was a bad decision by the Local Government Commission at the time, and just as the poor performance by the owners of Port Otago around the waterfront are also to be bemoaned. But there is an element of truth in what Councillor Vandervis has said, and typically we are aligned on this and many other matters, as always, that the other parties involved and other local authorities in the country are very unlikely to support, in the region, are very unlikely to support a suggestion like this for the whole of the region. Think about the questions of transport, of communications, of where a headquarters might be, of emissions. It's an absolute nightmare once you start to think through the mechanics of what a suggestion like this might lead to, even if, in the unlikely event, it was agreed to by anyone apart from ourselves or Queenstown, who would of course want to be the headquarters. I just don't think it's a goer. And I don't think there's any point in relitigating or litigating this discussion, or indeed trying to relitigate the mistakes that were made that I alluded to earlier. The other matter, of course, is the fact that on more than one occasion recently we've had comments made to us by staff about the workload and the pressures they're facing at the moment. Why would you? This would be an enormous challenge, and isn't the right time. If there ever would be a right time, I don't know. But even if there were, it wouldn't happen unless it was mandated from government, as the original reorganisation was.
Right, Councillor Mayhem.
I won't be supporting option 2. I'll support option 1. And I hear a lot of naysaying around the table about what might happen and what could happen and what will or won't happen. Well, how do we know that unless we all sit down and have that discussion? We've got 3 scenarios here to consider, and the third one being that the council takes on the regional council's function for the city, and the regional council remains in place for the other 4 territorial authorities. And then the other options are a mixture of those things. And whether it's a logistical nightmare or not, I think, how do we know that we're doing the very best job we can do the way we're doing it right now, unless we have a discussion and some exploration around other ways to do things? And I'm very open to that.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I'm going to vote in favour of this motion, and I'll recanvass the arguments that I used earlier this year in terms of a unitary council for this region. Again, if it was at all achievable, it limits representation from the margins. As I said before, I personally am very fortunate to have been able to succeed in getting onto this council. But if we were to go to another arrangement, as can be seen from the Auckland example, the super city, and I said then that there were of those 5 councils, there were councils, particularly not West Auckland, Waitakere, who are making genuine changes in their engagement, particularly with Māori and Pasifika communities. And I say again, for you to venture going down this road, you are limiting access to this table for communities. You are further limiting them. And it's, in my opinion, undemocratic to consider it. And I just quote from Suzanne Menzies-Culling's address regarding the Treaty Principles Bill submission, and talked about, since 1984 we have seen what this neoliberal agenda leads to: child poverty, huge unemployment, broken infrastructure, rotting hospitals and homelessness, which we never saw before in my lifetime. And I'm just making the connections here because that's what I understand by Councillor Gary saying it is not the time. We can't just go down one road without actually addressing these other issues. And I don't believe that a unitary council of any kind, apart from adding to the workload of the staff who are under the pump, I just can't support this. I mean, I can't support the going down the unitary road council road.
Right. So I think that I agree with a lot of what's said around the table, that there's never a right time. But for so many things, the right time, might have been 20 years ago. But the next best time is right now. And I think it's this motion is a good trigger for us to have a discussion with our neighbours and canvass all their views about the situation. So we get to hear what everyone else in the region has to say about it and find out where they sit on it. Because I don't think that politically we'd ever be able to make it happen by ourselves. However, as a region, if there was some agreement on some basis for making it happen, if we could find some common ground, then that would give us I suppose, a methodology to take forward to government and an opportunity to make it happen. And I don't think we're ever going to be able to devise that all by ourselves. So we're better to talk to the neighbours and have some kōrero and kick it around a bit and see what comes out. It may be that everyone else is horrified and nobody wants to know. However, it may be that the possibility exists, and I believe in exploring the possibilities before cutting them off. So, having said that, I have no further speakers. Right of reply, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And let me be clear, this is not fear of change. This is not self-interest. This is about what is right for this time. And I do get frustrated around this table to hear people on one hand say all resources, money and all the staff are under the pump, and then do something entirely different. And so I just acknowledge the difference between last time we thought about this around this table, and I was here for that, and some colleagues were, others of you were not, and now. And the difference is that we have a better relationship with the Otago Regional Council than we ever have had before. Couldn't say the same for our relationship with our neighbouring councils, I'll get to that. But we collaborate and cooperate with the Regional Council, and I'll give the example, and thank you Councillor Vandervis for raising it, around Harbourside, because I've been involved with this since 2017, and I want to acknowledge the staff from both organisations for their work in that space. And had COVID not happened, I would have expected there to have been progress in that space, but it did disrupt things substantially. But we know that we are collaborating on many issues with our partners in the Otago Regional Council. I don't believe the relationship has ever been better. In terms of our neighbouring councils, well, I don't know that the relationship is as good as it's been before, which is disappointing. And I don't think this helps at all, particularly in the context when we're trying to wrangle and navigate three waters. And I said with solid reasoning that this was not the time based on the uncertainty, because it is unprecedented certainty, and I refer to Councillor Lafiso's comments, unprecedented uncertainty in our society that is impacting our community, it's impacting our neighbouring councils, it's impacting our council, and it is impacting our staff. Please be really clear about that. So I do not expect the response from neighbouring councils to be positive. I see it as actually being to the detriment of our relationship. It's not about being averse to progress, as Councillor Wiley suggested, but I take on board in finishing the point made by Councillor Lafiso that such a move would mean we lose our local voice, our voice at the grassroots. It's hard enough now, and it would be even harder, and that's something that should be a consideration. So I see this as a distraction. I'm not averse in principle, although I take Councillor Lafiso's point to having those discussions, but now is not the time. It is a distraction in these times with so much that we have to navigate. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
No.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
No.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
No.
Mayor Raddick.
No.
Yeah, casting vote, please.
So, no, it is. So, that.
Just to be clear, so you vote no?
I voted no, and I'll stick with my vote.
Yep.
And also, yeah. So, now we look to the converse, which is your motion. And it's the foreshadowed motion. So there's something.
So I can just clarify what happened. That I didn't hear the conversation. Did you cast against?
I cast it against.
So for clarity, there was a 7-7, and the mayor exercised his casting vote, and the motion was lost.
So we now have the motion in front of us. Put up by Councillor Gilbert and seconded by Councillor Barker. Councillor Gilbert, I'm sure it'll only take a brief speak.
I think we have traversed everything that we need to traverse, so.
Rightio. Councillor Barker, do you have anything to say? Does anyone have anything to say? Councillor Vandervis.
This idea that we can have an initial meeting of elected members of the councils in Otago, and there's rather a lot of them, is not only an incredibly unwieldy suggestion, but it's one that's absolutely doomed to failure in terms of actually assessing whether there are pros and cons for Dunedin. Queenstown councillors have no interest in whether there are pros and cons for a unitary authority for Dunedin. Balclutha, we already have heard. The Unitary Council, the Otago Regional Council themselves, building their overpriced palace, I think is the only way I can describe what they're doing in McLagan Street currently, not going to be interested in voting for Christmas. I didn't call them turkeys directly, did I? The whole idea that this motion would ever go anywhere other than kill the idea of a unitary council dead was one that I anticipated at the beginning, and I can simply not vote for now. Why would you waste your time? It's sort of, I mean, there's all kinds of analogies, but the turkeys for Christmas one really is the fairly obvious one. It's not going to fly. Why do it?
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, this is totally preposterous, and hear what I'm about to say. I 100% agree with what Councillor Vandervis has just said.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say there's several reasons here that I'm really concerned about this, but the main one is that we've had the other councils in our region, Balclutha, as you know, Gore and the others, who have all come to us and said, you know, please join us in Three Waters. We have basically brushed them off, and we have indicated by a vote we made the other...
Point of order, we haven't brushed them off. We haven't made a decision about whether we're working with our with other councils.
I'll uphold that point of order because we haven't reached any decision about Three Waters, and it's inappropriate for you to say that, actually, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Please withdraw that comment.
Well, I'll withdraw the comment. What I will say then is that I think the other councils, in my opinion, feel like they've been brushed off. And that's my personal opinion, and they've made comment in the paper along those lines. We had a vote where we put that our preference was, as I understood it, maybe I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, that one of our preferences was to look at having in-house and Three Waters. That was my understanding. That was one of the options we looked at, and we indicated it was probably our preferred motion. However, what I'll say is, if we're chomping at the bit to join with the other councils, then sure, looking at a unitary council would make sense. However, my understanding of the situation has been that we haven't been. And if things have changed, then they changed very quickly, and I'm not sure when that happened. But the other issue, and it's been raised by other councillors around this table, and I'll say it again now, something like this to put on the council staff right now when everybody knows the workload they've got right now, and the fact we've had council staff who have been almost in tears coming to us about how much workload they've got. To put this on them now, seriously?
Councillor Gary?
I thought I'd just make history and agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Vandervis and his reasons that he gave.
Any further speakers? Your right of reply. Oh, sorry, Councillor Eklund.
I'm just going to say for the record that I agree with Councillor Walker, Benson Pope and Gary.
Here we go. Councillor Gilbert. Enough. Councillor Gilbert.
We seem adept at predicting the future events or other people's opinions around this table. If somebody can tell me the lotto numbers on the weekend, that would be great, because we seem able to predict the future. I'm struggling with the need to reiterate again that this is just a discussion we're talking about. We're just talking about having a talk. And we're here to represent the residents of our city and what is in their best interest, not the feelings or preferences of other councils. Yes, we need to work together, absolutely. But surely our primary role is to consider what is best for our city and for its residents. And the comment that to put this on the council staff with the overworkload, you've heard from the chief say, and the report says, this option does not put any weight on the staff. In fact, quite the opposite. It puts the weight on the councillors. And the idea that the entirety of all councils need to get together in one room is, I agree, patently absurd. Hence the or their representatives. It can be 1, 2 or 15 of the councillors, however many, and it can also be over Zoom, so very little impact required. It is possible to have a cup of tea and a chat over Zoom. So again, this is just a conversation with no or exceedingly little staff input required. The rest of the impetus and weight is on us.
Okay, we'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
No.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
No.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lafiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
We've got an equality of votes again. Mayor's casting vote, please.
Yes, I vote yes.
Motion carried.
So, I also, on to the next motion, I move that we go for lunch until 1 o'clock, when we will resume in non-public with the DCHL report. Seconded, Councillor Fiso. All in favour say aye.
We need to move into non-public for the reasons outlined on the agenda.
Okay, so we need to be back we need to be back at 1 to do non-public. So we're going to leave the other two items for now, but also the resolution to exclude the public. So we're going to have lunch now, but I need to spell out, pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act, we're going to exclude the public for the reasons outlined in the agenda, and that members of DCHL and Dunedin DRL are permitted to remain in the meeting because of their knowledge of the item, and Mr Tim Lone be permitted to remain for the item in C5 for his knowledge of that item. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All in favour say aye.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, did you not adjourn the meeting a moment ago for lunch?
Yes.
Well, don't you need to rescind that before you try to...
He has, Councillor, but this is just making sure that we formally get this in the minute. Yes, there are two items that are relatively short.
Yep.
3? Is there a third one?
Yes, so there are items 19, 25 and 20 to be done, this afternoon with any luck. So it depends how long finish will take. So I think, so now I move that we adjourn the meeting till 1 o'clock for lunch. Seconded, Councillor Fiso. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Because we never got to finish the other one. Item 19. The order is 192520. So item 19, letter of expectation for the year ending June 2026. Yep. Ms. Allen and Ms. Bodecker will speak to the report. Do you have any opening comments? No. Straight to questions. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you for your work on this. Could I ask you please to correct the grammatical mistake in paragraph 2 of the letter? You'll see you have a plural subject and a singular verb. Well, a singular determiner. It should be there. It's not its strategic alignment, but there. Just strategic alignment would do.
Very good. Next question, Councillor Barker.
We've had some considerations come up through today and yesterday, which one was from Councillor Vandervis about getting the stadium used regularly. We would like them to focus on that and then also focus on succession planning. So I just guess we've got B, authorised as the CEO to make any changes to the letter of expectation following council's feedback. So I just want to understand, do we have to move that we would like to add in concentrate on succession planning and 2, focus on getting the stadium used regularly into the letter of expectation, or is it?
Look, I think given this is filmed, given that the staff are taking notes, that if there's broad agreement, well, does everyone agree to those things? That's the trick. Yes, fine. Then just saying it's enough. If people are happy with that process. And then I'll circulate the draft where I show you the track changes of what I've incorporated prior to sending it.
I guess because what I noticed was that it said something about ensure best practice governance for all companies, and that was the only thing that might have covered succession planning. And then I know that we come to the statement of intent time when we'll talk about numbers and stats for use of the stadium and community assets. That's sort of speechy. Can I ask a question? Is it good to signal those things for the letter of expectation? So when they're coming to us with their KPIs, should we call them, that they've got an idea of what we want?
I think they're busy preparing a plan now, aren't they, for the stadium? We've got a new chief.
Yeah, it's just to give them that focus. We did it for the train. We said focus on getting more people on the train, and they did it.
I think he's focused on getting more income for the stadium.
Lee said numbers. Lee said stats on use of stadium and community assets. I've just talked to him, and he's comfortable with getting the stadium used regularly as feedback.
Yeah, but yeah. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions? No?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Councillor Wiley.
For the CEO or Alan, how would the auditor consider some of the wording in this letter, especially around talking about carbon zero or zero carbon targets and zero carbon policy? Should the wording be a tad more generic, and is that going to put a higher lens on what's happening across the companies?
I'll ask the question a different way if I can,
Yes,
staff,
you can.
Councillor. Is the letter of expectation subject to audit, or is it just the statements of intent?
It's the annual report and the 9-year plan, so neither.
So the letter of expectation isn't subject to audit. The onus will be on the companies to ensure that how they report against their statements of intent meet the audit requirements.
So in other words, there also wouldn't be a problem if there was more generic wording around that, as I sent through to the CEO on Sunday night.
I'm sorry, I don't recall seeing that, so I'll have to check my inbox.
No, that's all right. So to give you an idea, if you go to 3, and paragraph 3 or the item 3 in the letter, where it says continuing efforts to reduce emissions, will seek to reduce emissions the next paragraph would say, instead of activities and reporting, would be activities and share with council on these. And the next one would be, instead of exploring and reporting on, will inform council of.
Just council, I hadn't seen that. I'm just looking at it now. I'm just going to forward it. Have you got your laptop there, Carolyn? I'm just going to forward it to the CFO now, and to Scott, who will have a look at this.
To Ms. Bodecker.
Yeah, no, because it's Carolyn's email, I think, that's there. And Scott, you looking, Scott? To see what this might mean. And yeah, and apologies that for some reason it got lost in my bath.
It was also Sunday night. So
Yeah. No, it got lost in a string of Bath Street emails.
Okay.
We can just circle back to that once we've done other questions to give staff time to have a look at it.
Other questions? Councillor Vander.
My apologies. Page 400, under general expectations of DCHL, point 5, bullet point 5, it says be transparent, accountable, including compliance with Local Government Official Information Act, Meetings Act, Lagoima, and information disclosure policies. Now, Aurora, because it's a lines company, is actually exempt from Lagoima. Can we add something along the lines of which Aurora would agree to despite no legal requirement?
So I think the information disclosure policy relates to the policy Aurora has in place that essentially mimics Lagoima. That's my understanding of what that means.
Yeah, I don't think that's clear. I think Aurora should simply agree to comply with Lagoima despite not being legally required to.
So you can't comply with an act that you're not required to. So that they agreed to an information policy that mirrors the Lagoima requirements. There's a subtle but important difference. I'm happy to take this as one of the things the CEO tweaks, because it's in place, and I agree that maybe that wording isn't as clear.
And also it hasn't been complied with in information requests I have made in the past.
How far in the past, though, Councillor? If you have problems, raise them with me and we can follow them up.
Okay, fine. I'm happy to let you deal with that. My real issue regarding general expectations of DCHL is I believe that we should have the first bullet point, which says that recognise that the primary purpose of CCO, commercial companies, Aurora, Delta and City Forests, is to provide ongoing commercial return dividends annually. That, to me, should be the primary purpose of the commercial companies, Aurora, Delta and City Forests. The fact that that's it not mentioned all under general expectations of DCHL, I think, is a real hole. So I'm not too fussed about how it's worded, but primary expectation of commercial dividends from Aurora, Delta and City Forests. And I'm not saying to DCC, that could be to DCHL, but that should be their focus as companies.
So would we put that in as 8? You know, you've got dividends and debt, you've got 8, requested dividend 11 million, but you put another clause in there so that 8 would become 9 and so on. That says
happy to do that. My next question is that...
Can I test that, though? That isn't a simple change, because there's a dividend policy at the minute that would require careful wording, is my sense, because you're asking at the minute for a total of 16.9 million, which isn't a commercial return if you looked at what the value of the assets are. So
no, I highlighted that it's not a dividend to us, it's just a dividend to DCHL.
But we know, and if I may, Mr Mayor, that may not be happening either, because Aurora's profits, for example, are being, for at least the next 2 or 3 years, and I haven't got them in front of me, Carolyn might, are being reinvested into Aurora rather than paid as dividends. So I think there is a nuance and some care required if that's what council wants to write. Deputy Mayor, yeah. It's tricky. I get your intent, but writing it at the minute when it's been very clear to council that the dividends are tapped out at what's being provided for here and any profits are going to be reinvested. That was what was known to council when the decision was taken around the Aurora sale. Carolyn's going to add in.
Sorry, is it possible then to get DCHL to take the commercial returns and then transfer some of them back to Aurora for investment?
Oh.
What I'm really keen for is for these companies to actually show that they are making a commercial return, because they're commercial companies.
And very often, I mean, that's just down to their gross profit and net profit, and very often they reinvest that back into development stuff.
Carolyn wanted to say something, I'm sure.
Oh, I was just going to point out what the last sentence that we added into paragraph 10.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I did read that, but you know, when you're talking about general expectations of DCHL, I think it should be a general expectation. 10 is okay, but it's woolly and it doesn't really oblige them to do anything. 8 also has a problem. It's called dividends and debt, but it doesn't mention debt at all, not one word. So, you know, if we're going to have 8 dividends and debt, then we need to have some expectation or some words around debt as well.
But it's spelling out the interest payment on the debt they owe us. So
maybe that should more correctly be called dividend and interest rather than debt, because you're right, it's not about debt. If you were to want something about debt in there, that is more than a minor change as well. And so it's outside of my editorial discretion. I would hazard and would need council to resolve and determine something.
Yeah, dividends and interest is an easy change, isn't it?
Yeah, that is.
Yep. Look, a framework for future dividends reflecting where possible commercial returns. I think it's very difficult to compel them to suddenly miraculously come up with profits and dividends. But they're working on a framework to get there. In the meantime, they've got investment and compulsion to reinvest from regulation. So
I would suggest that that sentence be put under the heading of dividends and interest as opposed to under the investment plan, so it's very clear that that's the dividend expectation.
I've been hearing this since 2015. And the woolliness, you know, where possible. Oh, for goodness sake, they've got $1.83 billion of our money's invested, and they're playing with it. You know, it's no. in terms of the ratepayer getting a real return. It's great to grow these businesses, and I very much appreciate that the value of the businesses has been going up, and we are getting value doing that. But what we need to see, and we need to see it urgently now, I believe, is some real returns, especially from the commercial Aurora, Delta and City Forest. So, I mean, I'm not too fussed about the wording. Other than that, I think we need something more definite than, you know, getting a framework for future dividends, you know, where future dividends where possible.
As I said, if I might, Councillor, this is outside the Chief Executive's delegation that you are giving me there, because Council made the decision to keep Aurora with the knowledge that dividends were for a period of time constrained while the capital program of the companies was undertaken. That was a clear decision and the advice given by the directors at the time. If you want to put something different in the letter of expectation, then I suggest you to, if you take an adjournment and you work out what the words are, and you provide it. But my sense is that this is the consequence of the Aurora decision that has to be reflected in the letter of expectation.
In that case, I'll just have to accept it. I recognise that it was easily a majority decision of council, and the lack of dividends is something that we're just going to have to suck up.
But it's noted, right? So the framework for future dividends is noted. It's written there clearly in the letter of expectation. So they do know, and you've voiced it, but they are well aware that that is our objective. And it's up to them to, work at delivering it.
Are we going to change the heading for 8 to dividends and interest?
I believe so, yes.
Is that something we can do without a problem?
Yep, I got the nod from Ms. Bodecker. Okay, so all happy about that? Okay, so we're there. Oh, thank you, ladies. I'll move that the council considers the draft letter of expectation and approves the draft, change that word to approves the draft letter of expectation and authorises CE to make any changes following council's feedback and authorise me to sign the letter of expectation.
Just if we could just tweak that, authorise the CEO to make the changes outlined to the letter of expectation to respond to council feedback or something.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Jules, I'm just, sorry, I take it that the CEO is also considering the suggestions I sent through?
Yeah, no, I'm just waiting to see what staff say. Mr McLean is looking at me now, mic in hand.
So she is authorised to make changes as required.
They may be outside of the scope of this. I just want to be checked with Scott.
But by the time that goes through its process, you can decide or otherwise.
I want to be clear in case council wants to move something.
Righto.
Scott.
I'm not 100% clear if it's. Are we concerned about the words reporting? If that's an issue, the 2 bullet points, the reducing emissions from each company's own activities and exploring contributions to citywide emission reductions, they're both work streams that DCHL have put into their roadmap. So that's something they are actively doing, and my assumption is the reporting is just reporting back to council. So I'm not clear on what the concern or the risk to audit would be. That's not my area of expertise, but if it's if you prefer the wording to be inform council of these, then I don't see a huge problem with that.
I've circulated them to all councillors just so you can see. My reading of it was that they are editorial largely, and I was comfortable enough with them, but I would just need to read them in the context of the document. So I would think they fit under Resolution B.
Thank you. I'll be happy with that.
Okay. So I'm happy to move. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. And all I've got to say is we've had a good discussion, made some changes, so we're ready to go. Has anyone else got anything to say? No, in which case I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 25, the financial report. We have Ms Allen and the very patient Mr McAuliffe. Both very patient would be there. So, any comments to make or straight to questions?
Thank you. We have a few opening summary comments to make about the report. So this report covers the period to 31 October 2024. As a high-level overview, we just wanted to make comment that the unfavourable external revenue variance is offset by the favourable internal revenue, and that's just due to a change in the accounting classification of the waste curbside collection contract. We also make note that personnel costs are unfavourable for the period and the year to date, with the annual leave provision being a significant contributor to this. We expect a large decrease over the upcoming holiday season, and noting that last year the quantum of the holiday season reduction was $1 million. The operations and maintenance expenditure includes $1.3 million of costs relating to the October rain event. Depreciation is still recorded at budget levels, with the actuals to be provided in the next finance report. A favourable variance of around $6 million is expected to show in the November report. We'd also like to note that capital expenditure to date is $44 million. However, this is below budget by $20 million, with the main areas contributing being waste and Three Waters. And a follow-on note from that is that council debt is below the projected levels by $17 million, and again this is mainly due to the capital expenditure being behind plan. We're happy to take questions.
Questions, Councillor Gary?
It's a little bit outside of but related. Chief, would it be possible to bring to council in the new year a total cost of the weather event with staff costs and the
staff costs haven't been captured, so we simply don't do that. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of uncaptured staff time, but we're not
able to capture that.
I couldn't, not that. The actual costs, the physical costs, yes, we'll be able to report on.
Yes, and can I also add to that we've added on two sections right at the last page of the report. One to point out what was spent on the hospital campaign, and the other one is to point out what it's cost us for the rain event.
I missed that. Thank you, Carolyn.
Okay, questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas?
You noted how we're 20 million behind on where we budgeted for the capital program, so I'm interested to know whether we're going to catch up and spend the full amount budgeted.
That's a good question. Partly it's so, and this we're just trying to be clear with what this means to projects. So it's in waste, is my understanding, Carolyn. There are some delays in that, so that spend will shift. So it won't all be in this financial year because of delays for construction and that delay in the consent. So that spend will shift and won't hit the books this year. The project will still be delivered, but it will be delivered in the next financial year. The question becomes, then do we accelerate other areas of programs that we could do? For example, Three Waters. We could deliver more in that area than is currently budgeted to hit the full amount of budgeted capital spend, or is council happy with us not spending the full capital budget? And there's been some confusion about when we say we've made savings in the capital budget. Often it's not usually that things have come in cheaper. It's normally as a result of timing delays. So where projects aren't delivered and money is spent across the program. Carolyn will jump in.
And then the other thing to point out is we're just keeping a close eye on what happens in our operations and maintenance budgets, particularly post the rain event. So we've already got some areas are unfavourable. There's a bit of a mixture in there at the moment, but we're just getting a good sort of keeping a close eye on that.
Yes, but then how does that then affect the capital budget? Because the capital projects were, brought here and debated because they were needing to be done, and then so the maintenance is almost not a red herring, but that's a separate issue.
Yes, but we still need to pay, and it comes down to cash flow, and we have a limit on what we can borrow. But what it means for the capital program is timing changes, so things might flow into the next year if we've slowed them down, whereas the maintenance we just don't have the same choice.
But then that has a flow-on effect into the capital program for the first year of the 9-year plan as well, if we're flowing projects on, because we can only fund X.
If Councillor O'Malley was here, this is the passion in it. It's about why the PMO has been successful in enabling us to deliver a steady stream of capital works, because and it's unusual in local government, A, that we are delivering a full capital program normally, but B, the PMO approach means that we program them over time. So with George Street, for example, it was accelerated, which meant there was budget there spread across, and I can't remember the number of years, was it 4 years? Maybe not that long, 3 years, but we did it more quickly, so that meant that it looked like it was over budget because we were doing it more quickly than where the budget had been allocated. But we work on a program of work, so we take the, let's say, $200 million worth of capital budget, and then noting your point that we've committed to doing certain things, but we have to work with the market around timing. When rain events come, changes time. Consent delays, change timing. So we still try and keep a pipeline of work to keep everyone, the contractors, staff, delivering capital projects. But sometimes it's not to the same timeframes or in quite the same order.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got a few detailed questions which I won't go into because I'm aware that they can wait for the next month. But I do have one area of concern, and I hear you, Hayden, talk about the accrued leave and last holiday period that we used $1 million, and in particular, I am particularly concerned about the unfavourable personnel costs. And if I look at the governance and support services, I noted at the end of July that was $250. End of August that was $500 unfavourable, end of September was $1 million, and now it's $1.4 million. So I'm just concerned that the projection, even if you take that out, that area in particular, I'm very concerned that is projecting to be significantly unfavourable. And there are a lot of savings in other areas, but it's just a concern that we need to address at some point, obviously. It's not really a question.
Or at least you had an easy answer to that. But anyway.
No. No, she doesn't.
No.
We will be bringing some staffing specific report, maybe not a single report, but that will be addressed in some of the draft budgets. And it's what gets accounted for partly in that governance area as well.
Question? You've finished? Yep. Councillor Gary?
My apologies, I had actually found that page and had writing all over it. So if I could circle back to my question, I do think it's important that we do have an understanding as much as we can of the cost of such weather events. And I note on page 177, and I appreciate that we haven't got an idea of staff time, although it's significant by the sounds. It says that no subsidy revenue has been received, but it sounds as if there's a possibility we may get assistance. Could I, first of all, get an understanding of how likely that is from staff?
Thank you, Councillor. I can't give you an indication of how likely it is. It's the first, as I understand it, the first application under the new funding model that NZTA have, so Emergency Works funding model. But I can tell you that the claimable works totalled 7.8 million, and we have submitted a claim for around about 51% of that. That's subsidised. There are some varying FAR rates for that, but it's roughly 51% that we are hoping to get back.
And is it true to say that not all of that work's completed yet? It will be ongoing to some degree, will it not?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you. And so I'm sure you'll keep us apprised of that. And at what point do we know what the value of the insurance claims would be for the city? There must be a high level indication from the Insurance Council.
Well, maybe the Insurance Council doesn't always give us that information. I can find out. When we met with them, I think it was the week after the actual event, they weren't classifying it as a major event. In terms of, well, and this is an insurance speak, in terms of the level and number of claims. And so I'll get one of the team to check in what value they might know.
I think that would be really good because my information from the geotechnical people is they're dealing with a lot of throughout the city, and there's quite a high value. So I think it would be worthwhile. I don't want a whole lot of time spent on it, but I think it would be helpful at a high level for us to understand, because 1.343 million is not going to be the cost, even plus the 7.8 is not going to be the cost of that weather event. And I think it's helpful for us to understand that.
What the Insurance Council did say, and I think it's worth letting councillors know, that they had found the council's response to the event to be exemplary compared to what they'd seen with other councils.
Absolutely, and I showed you and the Mayor the email I had from Mark Mitchell around our response today.
Righto. We've covered all the questions. Thank you. And so I'll move the council notes the financial report for the period ending 31 October 24, seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. And I think all questions have been answered, and the report looks as well as it can be. So, has anyone got anything else to say? No, in which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And item last is number 20, the revised meeting schedule for 2025, page 408 on your papers.
If I may, councillors, I have one possible change to that which is also in front of you, and that is in the council diary currently on Monday the 27th of January. It's scheduled for a workshop in your diary, an all-day workshop. That may yet need to be a meeting date to do with because it was scheduled as a workshop if there were things that needed to be workshopped in advance of the discussions on the papers. No, this is on the Monday. So it's that whole week. So you have that whole week blocked out. What I am signalling is in the meeting schedule I am going to include that as a possible meeting date, because we may need to use it as a meeting date. Yeah.
It's got to start at 10 a.m.
10. Yes, it can start at 10 on that day, because it. So.
What's that date again, Sandy?
The 27th
of
January.
Oh, well, it's included in there anyway.
But it was as a workshop, not as a meeting.
It's council.
If it's only going to the 28th, it was starting on the 27th.
Well,
yeah, there's no DLC, I don't think, on the 27th. Thank you.
okay. So, any questions? No, any questions? Thank you. So, Councillor Walker has indicated he's happy to move that Council approves the revised meeting schedule. Someone going to second that? I'll have his near neighbour, Councillor Houlihan, seconded. So, any comments?
One comment. I personally hate the move to 9 a.m, but I'll suck it up.
Anyone else? No, thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Well done for perseverance. Here we are at just past 5 o'clock and we're all done. You've earned yourselves Thursday. Yeah, that's right. Well done.
Merry Christmas, your last meeting for Christmas, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, yeah, well, Merry Christmas, everyone. Have a wonderful festive season. There'll be a great opportunity to come back to council and come into the council room and catch up on all the work.
Yeah, can you clarify if the ELT meeting is going ahead next Wednesday?
Now, well, let's have a show of hands about that. So, Councillor Walker.